From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQNews TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQNews Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQNews Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQNews TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQNews TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Eco-Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of "I belong" and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfare Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eco-Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkaland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco-Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
Majek Fashek's 1991 album, Spirit of Love, was a groundbreaking success in Nigeria. Earning critical acclaim and resonating deeply with audiences. Produced by Little Steven Van Zandt, the album masterfully blended African spiritualism, percussive rhythms, and protest songs infused with Black consciousness. Fashek's distinctive sound, marked by rhythmic pauses, assertive choruses, and the inclusion of talking drums, added to the album's energetic and impactful delivery. And spiritual struggle, reflecting the political and social climate of the time. The success of Spirit of Love, coupled with Fashek's tour alongside Tracy Chapman, cemented his place in the annals of the Nigerian music industry. In this music review and special report prepared by Bayo Olawe, we examined the profile, power, and legacy of Spirit of Love, a 10-track masterpiece that helped solidify reggae music's mainstream status in Nigeria in the early 1990s. The album opens with Beware, a wake-up call that urges Nigerians to remain vigilant against deceptive leaders and the manipulation of political power. The second track, So Long, Too Long, is a rallying cry for Africans and African Americans to awaken their potential and fulfill the dreams of revolutionary icons like Marcus Garvey and Martin Luther King Jr. In Majek Fashek Inner New York, Fashek reflects on his idealized vision of New York and the harsh reality of urban poverty and homelessness, revealing a sobering contrast. The title track, Spirit of Love, conveys a powerful message about the endurance of love over material wealth and worldly desires. On Ja People, the fifth track, Fashek criticizes oppressive political systems, likening those in power to Babylon people who exploit and subjugate the masses. He calls for resistance, lamenting humanity's obsession with control. In Religion is Politics, Fashek delivers a bold message about the misuse of religion to spread hate and fuel conflict. He urges people of different faiths to see beyond dogma and work together to build a better world. Holy Spirit presents a prophetic vision where 7 angels are sent to destroy the earth due to human transgressions. Yet, Fashek envisions a new heaven and earth, one filled with love, unity, and divine justice.
I can see brothers and sisters, they sharing love together now. I can see you and you, oh Lord. Yes, I can see, yes, I can see, yes, I can see it. Brothers and sisters.
With Send Down the Rain, Majek draws on the metaphor of rain as a reward for diligent effort. The track reflects his spiritual longing and anticipation for success based on the principle of reaping what one sows. I'm Not Tired reaffirms his unwavering commitment to spreading God's message. Here, Fashek expresses spiritual resilience and praises the goodness of God, refusing to grow weary. The album closes with I Come From the Ghetto, a powerful reflection on the struggles of ghetto life, child abuse, government neglect, and hardship. Yet, Fashek celebrates the strength of these communities, invoking figures like Nelson Mandela, Jesus Christ, and Marcus Garvey as examples of greatness emerging from humble beginnings. He reminds us of the universality of these struggles across Nigeria, the US, and the UK. With Spirit of Love, Majek Fashek delivered a masterclass in artistry and advocacy. The album remains one of the finest reggae albums to emerge from Nigeria, exploring themes of love, peace, unity, corruption, self-awareness, revolution, spirituality, and racial equality. The perfect blend of traditional percussion, particularly the gong-gong, and electric guitar, gives the album a timeless edge, merging the soul of Africa with global reggae rhythms. Spirit of Love is more than just an album. It is a cultural artifact, a sonic protest, and a spiritual message. It elevated Majek Fashek as a voice of the people and established reggae not just as entertainment in Nigeria, but as a force for awareness, resistance, and healing. Its enduring legacy is a reminder that music, like literature, can move a nation, challenge its leaders, and inspire its people. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQNews TV.
Thank you so much. I think the bill is a good one for Nigeria. And I think that the bill will be a catalyst for business to thrive in Nigeria. So my position and my perspective to the bill would be that it will be a very positive one for Nigeria going forward. If eventually the bill scales through the legislative processes and it have actually eventually become a law. So that would be my position. Thank you. Yeah, the bill will help business in different areas. Let me mention, for instance, the payee is part of cost for a business. It's part of staff cost. And for especially small businesses, which are the major backbone of the economy, the bill is proposing a reduction, that is proposing tax exemption for some category of lower staff cadre, which in essence is a cost reduction for businesses. So by that, it will help the business to thrive. Also, many people will come, by virtue of that, employ more people, which will bring a robust activity for the economy. And at the same time, there's some category of people that their tasks will also be reduced compared to what is currently in operation. So it is a positive atmosphere for business. And when you look at it from the perspective of VAT too, you also see that there's going to be zero tax on some product. There's also going to be a tax exempt on some products, especially for masses, people, low income earner. So some certain products, they're going to be exemption. There's some certain product that's going to be zero tax related. So by that, it will bring a more robust business activity. So by it, and then it will have positive effect on business and economy in general. Yeah, the argument is important. It's very, very important. But when you look at it, fix the small business, it will encourage more small business. And also, even the 50 million turnover is not a small thing for business, though it is still small relatively to the economic activity. But it is a plus, right? And again, for business that their activity are more than 50 million, then it's good that they should pay tax and contribute little as company income tax back to the economy. Now, if their taxes are used judiciously, then it will bring more infrastructure to the economy. Then there will be development in the country. Then we'll also be able to look at the advanced country. We envy them, we look at them that there are infrastructures in places, then these things are not cheap. They are not cheap. So, but the main focus for now is that is in a positive trend. It's a positive trend. I encourage that the bill should be passed and the implementation then should be followed so that it will bring a positive effect to the economic generally and the business will thrive going forward. Well, I don't see disadvantage, but I see challenge. Okay. Yeah, one of the things is that naturally, human beings were adverse to change. So if something is bringing a change, especially when you want to take us out of a comfort zone, we may not want to willingly agree with it. But for me, I think the positive and the benefits outweigh whatever probably challenge or the disadvantage we may envisage. So I still strongly believe that the bill is in the right direction for this year. Okay, I think from the angle of the value-added tax, what I would like to say in that area is that it will help the lower income earners because, like I mentioned earlier, that there's some products that's going to be zero rated, which means that there is not going to be tax VAT on them. There are some that are totally tax VAT exempted, so which means that and these products they are products that commonly they are very everybody really, but more of a masses low-income earner will not with the VAT that will have been paid on it will have been an impact on them. Then it's taking off. So I think from that perspective is also a good and a welcome one. And it compared to what was proposed before, a general increase in the VAT rate across board. So this one is narrow it down to a particular area. So wherein it also exempt or puts zero rated on some product that are commonly used by the masses. So it's a positive direction. It's a good one. Yeah, okay. One, from the tax perspective, one of the very good things about this bill is that it allows that you claim input fats. VAT is what you sell, what you buy. So the net effect of it is what you remit. Then this bill also helps to claim some expenses which currently is not in operation. So it's a positive one. Then again, you mentioned the increase in the VAT going forward. Well, let's appreciate that the increase is going to be gradual. That's one. Then two, let's also remember that the VAT, some of these products, they are not going to be with VAT again. That with common people like me and you, transport, there's not going to be VAT on it. Rent, no VAT on it. Food item, no VAT on it any longer. And many more. Health, no VAT on it any longer. So you can see that the VAT is going to be increased gradually, but it's not across board. So those basic that we know is every day is already been taken care of. So I think it should give it to the people that work on this bill. Okay, thank you so much for that angle and the question. I want to say that Federal Inland Revenue Services, they are really trying. And I can tell you, there's no system that doesn't have its own challenge. But FRS, they are trying. And they are moving from those days of Alanok. Now we have tax promise. You can do your filing right from the comfort of your office. You don't need to visit their office except there is a challenge. Right? So they are doing well, but they are not yet at the best. So, and there is room for improvement. They are already deploying technology. So what they need to do is to scale up and up to the task. But currently, they are doing well. So they just need to improve. Yeah, well, it depends on the perspective you look at it. If is it shrinking? Yes, we have some companies, they are no more within the soul of the Nigerian. So in that case, their taxes is no more coming to us. But again, look at other businesses that are springing forth. So definitely those are coming to the tax net. And then again, there are some companies that are not, businesses that are not in tax net. So through the use of technologies by FRS, they're already bringing them to tax net. So the tax net is increasing. So the net effect of it, you can say, is increasing. Though we have some that are leaving the soul of Nigeria. So net effect of it, the tax net is increasing. Because we have people businesses that are coming to Nigeria, and we have people that are businesses that are already in Nigeria, but they are not in tax net, but they are already bringing them to tax net. So it's like they are looking at perspective of increasing the threshold from 25 million to 50 million, as the case may be. Yeah, so are they saying that the government should also still be taxing 25 million threshold? So we should applaud the bill that give opportunity for businesses that their threshold is less than 50 million, as the case may be. So, but from that angle, if you are looking at it that the business is shrinking, I don't see from that angle. I see from the angle of if the business is doing well and you are not to pay tax, rent, then your business is becoming robust, then you exceed the 50 million threshold, then you also come back to the tax to be paying. So it's a way of giving boost to the business, and by the time the business is doing well beyond that threshold, then they'll be able to give back to the society. So it's a win-win situation. It's like giving a kind of relief to a business for them to thrive, and when they become better, doing well, then it's an encouragement to business, which they will also come to the net after that. So it's a good one. The chairman of the
chairman,
SOUQ.
Yes. How would you assess his performance so far?
Yeah, I think Mr. SOUQ is a reformer. Yes. Looking at the step he has taken after assuming the office, and I also see that he's somebody that is listening. He has a close relationship with the former chairman of FRS. Probably he has learned some of things from him, challenges that he faced when he was there. So I think he's helping the current chairman. And if you look at the revenue they are getting, they are meeting up with the target. And at the same time, if you look at the staff, I don't see much of issues, challenges within them. So those are the indices that you can look at from the performance of a leader. Look at the staff that is leading. Look at the target, the businesses also, are they fairly? So I think he's doing well, but he can do better.
The Trump administration has once again thrust U.S. immigration policy into the global spotlight with the recent announcement of a new voluntary self-deportation program that offers a $1,000 stipend to undocumented immigrants who agree to leave the country on their own. This incentive-based strategy is a calculated shift from the traditional, more aggressive deportation measures and is already stirring debate among policymakers, immigration advocates, and the public alike. The program, introduced in early May 2025, is being implemented by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It allows undocumented migrants to register for voluntary departure using the CBP-1 app, after which they will receive a government-funded flight and a $1,000 stipend upon confirmation of their exit. Homeland Security officials argue that this move is designed to save taxpayers significant amounts of money. According to data provided by the DHS, a forced deportation process costs the government an average of $17,121 per individual. In contrast, the stipend program is seen as a cost-effective alternative that also reduces the strain on overcrowded detention centers and court dockets. This new measure is a part of a broader, intensified effort by the Trump administration to curb illegal immigration and tighten control over the U.S. southern border. Since returning to power, President Trump has reinstated several policies from his first term, while introducing new ones aimed at deterring undocumented migrants. Deportation numbers have surged, with nearly 66,000 individuals removed from the U.S. within the first 100 days of his new term. Family detention centers, once heavily criticized for their impact on children, have been brought back into operation, while legal aid for unaccompanied minors have seen severe cuts. These developments come at a time when the United States is experiencing a historic high in its foreign-born population. As of 2023, nearly 47.8 million immigrants were residing in the U.S., with an estimated 11 million of them undocumented. Many of these individuals have lived in the country for over a decade, raising families and contributing to the economy. Immigrants, regardless of status, are a vital part of the U.S. labor force, contributing billions in taxes and significantly shaping industries such as agriculture, construction, and caregiving. Critics of the $1,000 self-deportation offer argue that the program may oversimplify the complex reasons behind undocumented migration. Many of those targeted by the program have deep roots in the U.S., including U.S.-born children, community ties, and long-term employment. Human rights organizations warn that such policies, while less aggressive on the surface, may pressure vulnerable individuals into making life-altering decisions without legal representation or full knowledge of their rights. There are also concerns about the ethical implications of offering monetary incentives for departure, particularly in cases involving asylum seekers or those fleeing violence. From a strategic standpoint, the administration insists that this approach is a practical way to reduce the migrant population without resorting to mass raids or extended detentions. Supporters say it offers dignity and a choice to undocumented migrants while protecting national interests. However, immigration experts question the actual effectiveness of the program, noting that similar efforts in the past have yielded limited results. The offer of $1,000 may not be enough to motivate individuals who have risked everything to seek better lives in the United States. The debate around this policy underscores the broader tensions within American immigration discourse, balancing border control and national sovereignty among humanitarian obligations and economic realities. With the 2026 midterm elections approaching, immigration remains one of the most polarizing and politically charged issues on the national agenda. In the wider global context, policies like this could set a precedent as other countries monitor the U.S. approach, especially those in Europe and parts of Africa facing rising migration numbers. Questions around voluntary migration, incentives, and state-led deportation policies are likely to spark wider international debates. What remains clear is that the Trump administration's latest move is not just a domestic policy. It is a bold, controversial experiment in reshaping the global migration conversation. I am Moyosore Adibi for SOUQNews TV.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square, standing 52 meters tall. Completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics. It was very much one of the centerpieces of British iconic culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practice for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes listening to it. It's lovely. It's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't to use it much time. So maybe we should have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the news update. We are reaching you live from our studios at SOUQ News TV. I am Oyin Priya Krumale. Now let's begin. The federal government, through the Nigerian Diaspora Commission, in partnership with major banks and private sector investors, has launched a renewed effort to channel over 20 billion United States dollars in annual diaspora remittances into productive sectors of the economy. According to a statement released on Monday, the initiative will be showcased at the 8th Nigerian Diaspora Investment Summit, scheduled to hold from November 11th to 13th, 2025 at the State House, the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, with the theme fast-tracking regional and national development by mobilizing diaspora investments. The event aims to transform diaspora remittances, skills, and innovation into investments that support Nigeria's economic transformation. The chairman and chief executive officer of NIDCOM, Dr. Abike Dabiri-Erewa, described the summit as a platform connecting Nigerians' global citizens with viable business opportunities at home, supported by Zenith Bank PLC, First Bank of Nigeria Limited, AG Mortgage Bank PLC, and Rainbow Heritage Group. The summit will feature keynote sessions, exhibitions, and investment pitches across key sectors such as energy, real estate, finances, and technology. Now, still, the federal government may soon step in to prevent another round of cooking gas scarcity, as retailers want that supplies of liquefied petroleum gas are running low across the country. According to retailers, the Dangote refinery is currently the only major source of LPG in the local market, creating fears that any disruption in operations could cause a nationwide shortage. Prices have already surged to between 1,200 and 1,500 per kilogram, depending on the location, an increase from around 900 naira before the recent industrial action between the refinery and the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria disrupted the supply. The national chairman of the Liquefied Petroleum Gas Retailers Branch of the Nigerian Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers, Ayobami Olarinoye, confirmed that the Dangote refinery's current output cannot meet domestic demand, adding that most depots have exhausted their stock. Olarinoye explained that the shortage has discouraged other markets from importing gas due to price differences between Dangote's refinery rates and those charged by middlemen. He also warned that prices could rise further if the refinery holds production for maintenance. Data from the petroleumprice.ng showed that Dangote's LPG price rose to 955 naira per kilogram on Monday, higher than other suppliers such as 11 PLC and Navgas. Meanwhile, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources Gas, Ekperikpe Ekpo, has vowed to clamp down on hoarding and excessive price increases, urging marketers to ensure their distribution. Industry analysts also said that Nigeria's reliance on a single major supplier poses a risk to energy stability and have called for urgent diversification to attract more players into the LPG market. Now, the federal government's organized private sector and the Nigerian Labour Congress have rejected a proposal urging the Central Bank of Nigeria to introduce 10,000 naira and 20,000 naira currency notes, warning that such a move would worsen inflation and undermine the nation's cashless economy's gain. The proposal made by Quartus Economics in a recent report argued that the current 1,000 naira note had lost purchasing power and called for higher value denominations to restore the naira's portability. Business leaders and labor groups, however, dismissed the idea as elitist and economically risky. They cautioned that introducing higher value notes would only benefit the wealthy and contradict the push for digital payments. The Nigerian Labour Congress described the plan as a recycled economic mistake that would not strengthen the naira or solve inflation. Experts instead advised the Central Bank of Nigeria to focus on boosting production, stabilizing prices, and improving the naira's real value rather than printing higher bills. Now, Nigeria's financial market is in the news. It opened November 2025 on a negative note as both the naira and equities recorded losses amid rising investor uncertainty. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria showed that the naira fell to 1,436 naira 34 kobo per dollar on Monday from 1,421 naira 73 kobo, marking a 1.03% decline. At the parallel market, it traded weaker at 1,455 naira per dollar due to increased foreign exchange demand. At the Nigerian Exchange Limited, the oil share index dropped by 0.25% to close at 153,739.11 points, while market capitalization declined by 245.88 billion naira to 97.58 trillion naira. The downturn was driven by sell-offs in major stocks such as Ardell Holdings and Access Corporations. Analysts said the market's weak start to the month reflects cautious investors' sentiment and urged both the federal government and the Central Bank of Nigeria to strengthen confidence through stable monetary and fiscal policies. And now on the foreign scene, the United States Federal Energy Regulatory Commission has rejected a proposal by the Colonial Pipeline to alter how it delivers gasoline from the Gulf Coast to the Northeast, saying the company failed to prove that the changes were fair and reasonable. Colonial had sought approval to stop overlapping shipments of different gasoline grades and discontinue grade 5 gasoline use in some northeastern states during the winter. The company also proposed modifying delivery specifications. Major shippers, including ExxonMobil and BP, opposed the plan, warning that it would raise fuel prices and give Colonial an unfair advantage. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission agreed, stating that the changes would degrade gasoline quality, increase costs for shippers, and provide no clear operational benefits. Colonial said it is reviewing the decision. The pipeline remains a crucial channel for moving fuel from the United States Gulf Coast to the East Coast, where any operational shift can significantly affect fuel prices. Now, many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQNews TV. We Priya Krumale coming up just in a moment. It's SOUQ Business Landscape. Do stay with us.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQNews TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQNews TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of a nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligations to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. SOUQ Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helms of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. SOUQ Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're seeing that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FIRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. SOUQ, as is well known, has improved on a simplifying tax reform even within the federal landed revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT, and then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. SOUQ Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
The unexpected rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity, and art woven into everyday life. This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn, but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroads, balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy, and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use. Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for Ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again, you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
No, this one is a different company.
Despite Nigeria's rich resources, skilled workforce, and a large domestic market eager for Ankara fabric, the country has struggled to capitalize on this potential. In the face of rising imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. The high reliance on cheaper imports has led to an overwhelming dependence on foreign textiles, which now dominates over 80% of Nigeria's fabric market. How have Ankara sellers and business owners been able to sustain growth in the industry? What kind of Ankara do you sell? Big or small?
We sell big, small, and medium range.
Great. I think this is the first person I'm meeting that sells 3 categories of Ankara. I actually met people that does medium and small. I met someone that does just the small. So good to know that you are doing 3 categories, big, medium, and small. So why did you decide to go into a full-blown Ankara business?
Because any customer can walk in now and request for small one. I will attend to the person. If you want medium, I have. If you want big one, I have.
You don't want to lose anybody.
I don't want to lose anybody.
You like money.
I'm people man now. I suppose like money very well.
When someone is alive, you know you're going to be saying. So for now, things are so high. When I'm still learning this business, my master, that time it was 700 or 600 like that. So things started increasing every day. So that is the problem we have. The customers are complaining, this are complaining. Both people that are coming from far journey saying that after this, there's no much gain on it again. So that's the challenge we have.
Long before Ankara became a global phenomenon, West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance, with Nigeria being a key player. Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades, despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s, employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling, high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigerians strive to engage in the business, the high cost of importation negatively impacts their efforts. The situation is compounded by rising energy costs and a depreciation in currency, leading Nigerians to depend largely on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a hell. It's very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No. We have to go on, move. The price that we give customer, in 1 hour, it changed automatically. But because we are into the system, we know how to manage the price.
As customers become more conscious of their environmental and social impact, the demand for sustainable and ethically produced textiles is on the rise. Ankara, with its deep cultural roots, is uniquely positioned to lead the way in this movement. The global market for Ankara is expanding, with new opportunities emerging beyond West Africa. However, tapping into these markets requires strategic planning, quality assurance, and effective marketing.
Actually, like, person want to do the business, it depends if you have the money, because this business now it's all about money.
Capital intensive.
Capital, no amount of money that is enough. No amount of money. If you have 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, you can start up something, because when you check this one now, this nylon now, but one nylon now is almost 48,000 or 37,000. So when you now calculate 1 line, 2 line, 3 lines, so you can see that it's millions of money. So if you want to go into the business, if you have the cash or you have the power, it's a nice business, but you must have money to rotate the business.
Is not a chance play, I want to say, with what I've heard today. You want to go into Ankara business, of course you can start a very small scale. Do not say no to small beginning, do not despise little beginning, but I must say, if you want to do a big time Ankara business, it's not a child's play, you must be ready for it, I tell you. So for instance, you have this line, like I mentioned earlier, you'll be having this pack goes for about 40-something thousand, and you're having a couple of them. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, the number you keep counting. Did you see? Same colors, and we're having different designs. It's not a child's play. Millions of naira goes into this business, and you can see this is Oshodi, where Ankara business takes place, the real business. This is where it happens. Yes, from all over the states in Nigeria, they come all the way to Oshodi to do their biddings in Ankara business. The Ankara industry, a cornerstone of West African culture and economy, is deeply influenced by government policies. Yet, the implementation of these policies is not without its challenges. Bureaucratic delays, corruption, and inconsistent enforcement often undermine their effectiveness. The success of the Ankara industry is intertwined with the government's actions. Thoughtful policies and effective implementation can drive growth. Moreover, regional and international trade agreements such as the African Continental Free Trade Area AFCFTA offer new opportunities for expansion and collaboration. The future of Ankara lies in the hands of the next generation. Young innovators are reimagining what Ankara can be, blending tradition with modernity and driving the industry forward. is more than just a fabric. It symbolizes African heritage, creativity, and resilience. As we look to the future, the potential for Ankara is limitless if the industry embraces innovation, sustainability, and global collaboration. The journey of Ankara is far from over, and its story will continue to inspire generations. As we conclude our journey through the vibrant world of Ankara, we turn our attention to the future. What lies ahead for this iconic fabric? How will it evolve to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world? And what opportunities and challenges will shape its future? Questions you may have quality answers for. See you again on another interesting topic on SOUQ Perspective. I am Grace Komolafe.
First of all, be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape, your weekly guide to the trends shaping Nigeria's economy and markets. It's been a dramatic start to November for Nigeria's economy. The Naira and equities slipped after U.S. President Donald Trump threatened possible military action over alleged religious persecution. Now, the shockwave has left investors uneasy, with analysts warning of more volatility ahead. These and many more will be discussed here on SOUQ Business Landscape. I am Olubide Shokwa. I also have the ever-delectable, super dashing, swift Aderito.
Good morning, Olubide. Thank you for this glowing, ever-delectable and super dashing. Yes, my mother will be proud because she thinks I'm ever troublesome and, Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Africa. And good morning, world. Welcome again to one beautiful day where you motivate us and you inspire us to talk about Nigeria and our economy and how our economy has to move forward with your input. Please feel free, to drop your comments and stay tuned. My name is Swift Aderito.
I read in the news,
Yes.
was it a couple of days before that, where the Naira is, I think it's about 1,400 and something.
Yes.
It's like the highest value since the beginning of it has ever been since the beginning of the year.
Not even since the beginning. In the last, I think they said 2 years. That's the highest value it has ever been in the last 2 years. Yes.
And
our international, our foreign reserve, our
Yes.
backup is also the highest it has ever been because we are actually saving this time around, not withdrawing from the foreign reserve. So our foreign reserve is actually very good. So economically, Nigeria is supposed to be, we are on the right path.
And I remember Dangote, in a statement, he said that those with dollars, those hoarding dollars, should quickly go and sell it. That in a couple of months, it will be useless.
That scared so many people. That almost shook the foreign market. In fact, even I'm wondering, but when millionaires start to say such things, it's either 50-50. It's either they want the common man to lose the dollar so that when the dollar goes up, or they are actually telling the truth.
All right, also our guest, Benga Ayonuga, joins us via Zoom. He's also live. Welcome, Benga Ayonuga. How are you doing this morning?
Good morning. Thank you for having me on the show. I'm happy to be here once again.
So glad to have you. Now, let me whet your appetite this morning on SOUQ Business Landscape. Tensions spill into market as the Naira and equities fall sharply after U.S. President Donald Trump threatens military action over religious persecution. The Center for Promotion of Private Enterprise warns that the threat could shake investor confidence. Now, in other news, Ondo State secures a massive $50 billion investment for a new refinery and free trade zone, where billionaire Femi Otedola also hails the 15% import duty on petrol. Yes, last week, President Tinubu has slammed the 15% import duty on fuel and diesel to boost local refinery. Plus, concerns rise over dwindling LPG supplies and a possible cooking gas shortage. We're not ready for that yet. The NCAA also plans a new $11.50 levy on international flight ticket. And business groups reject the call for higher denomination Naira notes. Yes, in the past week, there's been this call for 10,000 Naira notes. Can you imagine? And of course, a milestone. Apapa Custom Command set a new record, raking 304 billion Naira in October. This is SOUQ Business Landscape, where we decode Africa's economy one story at a time. We go on a short break, and when we come back, we will start. Stay tuned.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. Now, before I take the first story, don't forget to comment, like, and share on our YouTube page at SOUQNews TV. Let's begin. Nigeria's financial market opened November 2025 on a bearish note as the Naira and equities declined sharply following comments by U.S. President Donald Trump, who threatened potential military action over alleged religious persecution in the country. Now, data from the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, showed that the Naira, which had traded at 2025 peak of 1,421 Naira 73 kobo, dropped to 1,436 Naira on Monday, reflecting a 1.03% depreciation or a 14 Naira 61 kobo loss in a single session. Now, the currency also weakened in the parallel market, trading at 1,455 Naira per dollar amid mounting investor concern and rising demand for foreign exchange. The abrupt market reaction came after Trump, in a post on his Truth Social platform, designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern and instructed the U.S. Department of War to prepare for possible action if alleged killings of Christians continue. Now, analysts warn that ongoing geopolitical tensions could prolong market volatility and pressure investor confidence in Nigeria's financial system. So let me start. How significant is this? And do you think it's going to be a long-term? Because you said that investors are jittery, people are wondering what's going to happen with all this whole thing.
Yeah.
And it might, make the Naira to drop.
Statistics shows that Nigeria's foreign, our investor market lost about 2.something trillion because as in trading as of Monday, people were reluctant to put in the figures as of Monday. And so normally what they were expecting that, okay, by the end of the week, going from the trajectory of what has been happening in the past 3 weeks, it was really very poor. And it's very sad because this is the first time, according to statistics, in 7 years, Nigerians' foreign reserves has been so strong. So economically, we are doing very well. And so nothing is supposed to shake our stock market.
Yes.
But by the time a country as strong as the United States of America, God's own country, makes a personal statement which starts to look like a vendetta, a personal vendetta or a political vendetta against Nigeria. Now, when you look at OPEC, for example, Nigeria is now a solid member of OPEC. Nigeria has also joined the the BRICS. So we are looking at a very solid relationship between Nigeria and China. And we know that America wants to be in control of every economy that is thriving and is growing. And Nigeria's economy has been seen as one of the world's fastest growing economies. Not just fast, we are looking at finance, we are looking at manufacturing. For now, we have the biggest refinery in Africa, competing even better than many refineries in Europe, and we are even exporting fuel from this same Nigeria to Europe. Now, suddenly,
the Naira is looking stronger. The economy is looking better. As of October, we have about 40.5 billion. That was as of July in our foreign reserves. That means that we are saving we are no more using Naira to back up. We no more need external reserves to back up our Naira. Our Naira is doing well on its own. This is the first time in 7 years our Naira has been doing this well. In fact, it is only during Obasanjo's tenure that our foreign reserves were looking this good. And now, instead of Trump and US to support us, Donald Trump is coming out to make a statement that would economically shake us. Unfortunately, he has done the same thing. America has done the same thing. They did it for Iran. They did it for Venezuela. They did it for Saudi Arabia. And so it's starting to look like, is this intentional? Or are they trying to eat into Nigerian economy? Nigerian economy, we have everything. We have agriculture. We have gold. We have diamonds. We have bitumen. We have oil. We have gas. Yes, we have issues. But when it comes to insecurity, in America, just 2 weeks ago, a 17-year-old boy shot in his school, or 3 weeks ago, and killed about 21 people. Another person walked into a shop and stabbed about 15 people. Even on UK, there have been repeated train stabbings. So when you go on a train in UK right now, you have to wear jackets and bodysuits because there are people that just go on trains to stab. The last one, 19 people were critically rushed to the hospital. I'm not seeing anybody declaring a genocide in UK. If people are attacked on a public train where there are cameras and you're supposed to have people searched down before they even enter the train station. Yes, I know that Nigeria, we can do better. But this is starting to look like the European countries are afraid that Africa is climbing and Nigeria is climbing. And like I said, Nigeria is doing so well because of the Russian war. Because eyes have left Russia. Before, why would Dangote have built a refinery? Because Russia would have been supplying. As Nigeria was doing this, Russia would have brought down the prices. If they let them put 25%, Russia would still bring down. Russia that was giving free fuel at a stage. They were giving over 5,000 liters or 500,000 liters free to countries that they said, oh, we're underprivileged. You're taking our oil and you're giving us 500,000 liters free and we're excited. Now, boils down to the fact that I just feel, from the economic standpoint, I just feel that Donald Trump intentionally did this. He knew it was going to affect our market. And it's sad because some educated Nigerians are not seeing the big picture. Some people are just saying, oh, yes, he's right. No. And also for international relations, I think it's for one of the most powerful men in the world, this is highly, it's troubling. Because you cannot say every country is independent and we have a right to stand. You cannot say you are going to bring in forces into our country. That means that you do not accept that we are a sovereign nation, and that's an insult to us. And I think unfortunately, we are a third world developing country, so we still need to beg. If not, no, that's the truth. We are seeing our president trying to go to US to meet with the Secretary General. We are saying that, okay, right now, I think they said they are going to South Africa to meet with some other African countries so that they can table this on the because I think, I'm sorry, maybe they didn't want to give him an audience there because you know how finicky these people can be. So it's starting to look like, what is the plan? And we need to be very careful. But economically, is really bad for us. Yes.
It's quite sad that one irrational statement. But I've always wondered why irrational statements like this or any other one that has happened in the past always affect the country's currency. I mean, how can we be truly independent of certain things? Even if it's going to affect our economy or affect our currency or foreign reserve, it should be minimal. It shouldn't affect it this much. It shouldn't get, investors jittery.
Well, unfortunately, in Africa, 90% of our investors have been foreigners. You are looking at Oando, you are looking at oil and gas. Back in the day, it's now that we are seeing local players in oil and gas. You are seeing international players in manufacturing. You are seeing more international. So once these people are afraid, or once these people start getting a particular kind of information that a country is not safe, there may be war, because if US comes in, it means that, and first, information reaching us from the map says that they want to set their base in Port Harcourt. that's the center of oil and gas. So
Rumors.
once they put their base according to, you know, some things that filtered on social media, which nobody knows. If they put their base in Port Harcourt, that means there's going to be an unrest in the oil, south oil regions. Once there's unrest, that means gas, natural energy, fuel, what's going to go on?
Let me get Benga's thought on this. Benga, what's your thought on this whole rather unfortunate statement? And how do you propose CBN to act right now to stabilize, you know, the currency amid this geopolitical tension?
Well, CBN should just get the right message out. There is nothing to really worry about. It is normal everywhere in the world that once such statements are made, it will have ripple effects on the market, not just in the country that it's made, but if that market has maybe a similar index on S&P 500, Nikkei, Shanghai, and maybe in Eurobond, for example, the effect will be felt across all those markets. So it is nothing special. In few days, there will be rebound, most likely, because market watchers react to any kind of statement. It is normal. It is not. It is not a Nigerian thing. It's not because we are an African country. Even in the U.S., you will see spikes in the market because of certain statements and how it affects certain industries. During the issue of negotiation between US and China over tariff, we saw how the market panicked in some quarters, and by the time the issue resolved, it stabilized this again. So for me, I think those who are hyping the issue of the bearish status of the market are only overhyping the narrative, the fear mongering that uh, countries like US wants to instill in us. And that is why the CBN, the SEC, and other agencies who are in charge, they need to quickly, get out their PR people, get out the right message to calm investors' nerve and tell them there is nothing to panic about. If you check most markets around the world, most major markets around the world in the last 20 years, you will see all these spikes in their movement and you would relate it to special events occurring in the country at the time. During the January 6th protest, I think in 2020, when Donald Trump did, I mean, when Donald Trump supporters stormed the White House, we saw this happen. So it is not a Nigerian thing. It's not something that I personally worry about because I know that the market will stabilize back. On the issue of the statement of the presidency, I I want to first thank Donald Trump for making that statement. Not necessarily because I support the statement or support what they are doing. You see, we have gotten to a stage in our country where our political office holders think they are gods, they are lords, and they don't want to listen to anybody else. If people speak, even people within their own party speak truth to them, they will automatically say you are joined the opposition, you are not loyal, and therefore they will start blocking you from the scheme of things. And because of that, those who need to hear the right thing or the right thing to be done are not hearing it, or they are hearing it and they are refusing to do something about it. And if you watch the movie, The Chronicle of Riddick, I think that movie was 2006 or thereabout. I've forgotten when it was released. The opening line of The Chronicle of Riddick says that you don't conquer evil with good, you conquer evil with greater evil. We have had this menacing challenge in the country for a while now. It is not this present administration that brought it upon us, but this present administration too has shown that maybe it is tone deaf in some certain area. So, for example, why would you make Matawali our Minister of Defense with his failure to defend Yobe State when he was governor? And so, if you are not going to listen to us Nigerians when we speak to you, when we say we want these changes, if a bigger bully that can threaten you comes to speak, I am fine with it. The fact that I will not support that bully, it doesn't mean I do not support some part of the bully's statement. One part of the bully statement that I support, that I will wish that happens faster, is that they are going to put sanctions on political office holders and a lot of people who are, you know, either sponsoring terrorism or being terrorism apologists. You know, I want them to be sanctioned. I want their children living in Europe and US to be sent back home. I want their assets to be frozen. But the area that I will not agree with the bullying, that I will be one of the first people to join the military in order to push the bully out of my country, is stepping foot on the ground to say they want to help me resolve my problem. No, they can't help me resolve my problem by stepping foot on the ground. It has been known historically that America's hand is like a leprous hand that contaminates whatever it touches. I mean, there is a saying in the international foreign affairs community that to be an enemy of America is dangerous, but to be a friend of America is fatal, meaning that if you are an enemy of America, yes, you are in constant danger, you have to watch your back. But if you are a friend of America, you are already dead. You know, that's how terrible, how bad America is. And there is no country that has made friendly relations with America that has not had the worst of it. Swift quoted example of Venezuela earlier on. Venezuela was a friend of America. In fact, before Nicolas Maduro came in, what's the name of this guy that died, the former president that died before Nicolas Maduro came in? America was part of the people who were supporting them underground. They will come to public and say, "Oh, it's socialist ideal and communist ideal. They don't want." But under G, they are the ones supporting Hugo Chavez. Yes, that's the name of the former president. You know, they were supporting them. The same thing in Iraq in 1989, 88, and 1990. Iraq went and reported to America that Kuwait is stealing our oil in Iraq. You know, there is many of their oil wells are at the border between Kuwait and Iraq. And what happened was that it seems Kuwait, you know, drilled pipe into Iraqi border, and they were taking Iraqi oil. And the Iraqi government reported to US, being the big brother and friend. And the US government told Iraq, well, you can go and salvage your oil, which means you can go and attack them. The same US that gave the green light that Iraq can go and attack Kuwait was the same country that jumped on the ship and said, no, Iraq attacking Kuwait is wrong, is this, is that. And then they went and attacked Iraq in the desert war of 1991. But to the public who don't know this history, they are showing that they are the holier than the same thing. They first made friends with Muammar Gaddafi, told him to reduce his nuclear enrichment capacity, cancel his nuclear weapon program and all the rest, which he did because he wanted to make friends with the West and not become a pariah state. But the moment he did that, and they knew that he was not nuclear capable anymore, they attacked him. And today, Libya is suffering for it. In fact, the leprous hands of Esau and boys of Jacob in many of the Arab Spring issues that destabilized the Sahel region, that led to the increase of Boko Haram activity even in Nigeria, is the handiwork of the US. So for me, knowing all of this history, I don't want US boots on the ground in my country. But because you see my political leaders who know the hear word, when you speak to them, they think you are an enemy. I want them to be sanctioned. I want their families living abroad to be sanctioned.
All right,
to be sanctioned. Those giving posts to handle our security architecture and they have failed. They shouldn't be able to run to the safety of Europe and US if they remain it as.
All right, sorry to cut you short. Talking about foreign exchange, Dangote made a statement. I wanted to get your thoughts on this. He said in a statement that those with dollars should quickly go and sell it, that in a couple of months, this denomination, this currency will be useless. I think he was referring to the fact that his refinery is expanding from, I think the aim now is 1.4 barrels in the long run. It's 650,000.
1.4 million barrels per day.
Yes, per day. So what's your thoughts on this?
Well, I would say I'll take it with a pinch of salt. Yes, they want to create a panic in the system that will force people to go and sell their dollar. But for me, I'll take it with a pinch of salt. In fact, it is one of the reasons why I am very angry that the president is even speaking about 15% import tariff on imported petroleum, because we must speak to the reality. The same way they close border on rice, and rice jumped from 14,000 before the closure of border. Before Buhari government came into power, rice was 7,000. When Buhari government came into power, it jumped to 14,000, and it was stable at that 14,000 to 16,000 for a long while, until they decided to close border, saying that they want to help local rice farmers to be able to upscale. But what did we get in return for the closure of border? Rice jumped first to 22,000, then to 30,000, and today, how much are we buying rice? The last one I bought, I think I bought it for 57.5, and that's because it has come down. At the time, we're buying it for as much as 100,000 naira, because they put tariff and then close border. The same thing they are trying to do with petroleum, and that is why I have always, been against Dangote when it goes to an industry. Dangote has a way of getting to an industry and killing off competition. And also, when he is finished killing off competition, he will now show his true color, his product becoming very expensive and unassailable. But by that time, it will be too late for any competition to rise up and be able to help the country. So for him saying people should go and sell their dollar, I'll take it with a pinch of salt. Let's wait and see first. Let's see it happen first. They've told us all of these lies, and people have followed those lies, and their investments have gone down the drain. I want to see the dollar drop. I want to see the dollar come to as low as 800 naira, or even back to 400 naira that we used to have it, because I believe that it will also help the country. But whilst we are waiting for that to happen, it is not the statement of someone. I mean, with his 650,000 barrel per day, if he is supplying the whole country, it's still not enough to meet the need of the country. So we need people to bring in crude, refined into the country. And then those people should now be looking for how to transition into having their own refinery. And that is why, you have quoted one of the stories that we'll still talk about in Ondo State. People are already making efforts, but until those efforts materialize, I would say take the advice at your own peril. Business is about risk. If you don't have the stomach for the risk, you can sell your dollar. But he is not even speaking to small dollar holder like us, anyways. He's speaking to those who have dollars in sockaway tanks hidden somewhere. Like the one that was busted in Ikoyi building during Buhari's time. Those are the ones he's speaking to, because those are the ones that will make a huge loss if his prediction comes to be. But I don't see that happening in the next 6 months or even 1 year. If we want to be realistic, it would be naivety of the highest order for anyone to think that all of these things will happen really quickly as he has predicted. But it is good he is saying this to rock certain boats in certain places. But for me, with what I know, how the industry play, and even his own person and his contribution to some of the economic challenges. There is a saying in Yoruba language that "Onshemi Ongbami," someone who, harms you and also comes to save you, just like the US is doing. Dangote is one of those who epitomizes that. And that is why, for me, I will take with a pinch of salt whatever he says.
All right, thank you very much, Benga Yonuga. So, Swift,
yes.
Do you see the Naira going back up? We live in a country, fine, yes, you said that it has come down, it has maintained a very stable, for a while.
Yes.
Now that it has gone up, do you see it coming down again?
So there are certain things that I feel the federal government needs to do. Someone talked about perception management. This is going to be very key for the Nigerian market. I know when the president entered during the Bola Ahmed Tinubu, they were trying to empower NTA. And they wanted NTA to be that voice that gives other news information. But unfortunately, before the president entered, there had already been a decay due to the, let me use the word, the loudness of the way federal projects are handled. And so NTA had really gone down. Initially, I used to see NTA on Twitter. Maybe I've not gone to their page of late. They are the ones now dropping news, and their news is supposed to be something that is authenticated. You can follow every time the president makes a speech.
Yes.
And information was carried to other news media that until NTA officially says the president has said A, B, C, D, you do not copy. So that was taking away the strength from channels and some other outlets that used to be. So this perspective management is what we need in Nigeria. We need a voice. We need a general voice that says, look, we are building A, we are building this. Give us a rollout of what the presidency has been doing. Tell us how good the economy is. Show us the reserves. Let the common man on the streets see all this. Give examples with, okay, rice has come down to this. It's not going up. The US has said this. It's fine. We saw something like Barack Obama. That should be sponsored on social media. Barack Obama came out to say out of every 5 children in America, 1 is hungry. He says out of every 5 families in America, 3 are going without a meal or 2 meals, that most of them are reliant on food stamps. And of course, we have been seeing the flooding in America, how it has affected. We have been seeing the market prices because of tariffs here and there, how expensive food is. So these are the things that the Nigerian government needs to sit back on and also low-key say that, look, every country has their own problems. For me, the Nigerian government needs to make a bit of friends with the opposition party in America right now. No, that's the truth.
The enemy of my enemy.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I'm right on these things that Barack Obama is saying. Because these people are saying the economy of America is not as good as it is. So President Tinubu needs to come out and make those statements and say, look, Nigeria, we are trying. This is what we are doing. This is what we are doing. This is the cost of eggs in Nigeria. This is the cost of eggs in America by the time they do this. And it needs to do this very quickly because December is approaching. A lot of people are coming into the country. The dollar, we cannot afford for the dollar to go back to 180 something or 160 something from these sentences. As it's coming down, because what people were saying is by the time these people come into the country, they are bringing in dollars. That they are looking at the dollar market analysis. We're looking at dollars crashing to about 800 in the local market. That's your bureau de change. Then of course maybe maintaining a 1,000 plus on the general market. So with statements like this, if the dollar goes to 160, it means that it gives these people, they just got back purchasing powers, which is going to, again, stifle the economic growth we have seen. So the federal government needs to be very intentional about perception management. They need to tell Nigerians what is really happening. Our economy is going, manufacturing is not going anywhere. The road networks are not going anywhere. What we have on ground is not going anywhere. And they need to support certain people like Dangote, the BU group, because these are the people that are low-key sustaining the economy. And so we need to be very intentional. If we're intentional, we can throw US away. After all, we had a military administration under Abacha, under Babangida, where there were sanctions, and they didn't care. And Nigeria was still doing well because we have everything it takes. I think it's time for us to turn our backs a bit on the United States. For me, they are a dead dog backing. That's the truth. China has done it to them, and they are succeeding. India has halfway done it to them. Russia has told them, go jump over the fence. It's time for African nations. So I like this unity, but my fear of African nations is we all stab each other in the back. I think Nigeria needs to find how to stand, sort our internal issues, and stand on our own. We really don't need the United States.
Stand on our own, as we are known as the giant of Africa. Let's move to the next story. Now, a major milestone has been recorded in Ondo State's industrialization drive as Backbone Infrastructure Limited, BINL, secured funding commitments exceeding 50 billion naira, $50 billion, I beg your pardon, for the development of a 500,000 barrels per day refinery and the Sunshine Free Trade Zone in Ilaje local government area. Now, the funding was facilitated through a joint venture agreement between BINL and Canada's Nefex Holdings Limited, representing one of the largest single private sector investment packages in Nigeria's downstream oil and gas sector. The development is expected to significantly boost local economic activity, create jobs, and energy capacity in the region. Now, according to a statement released by BINL on Monday, the investment follows the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, with Ondo State Government through Ondo State Investment Promotion Agency in July. The project underscores the state's commitment to industrial growth. Swift.
Yes.
This is
I wanted you to face Benga because Benga is from that side first, and you know Benga is very.
The best for the last.
He's very emotional. No, there's a reason why, because I want to actually come for him. There's a statement I'm waiting for Benga to make. I'm sorry, I'm being political, and I want Benga to make that statement so that.
But let me ask you, how transformative could this $50 billion? I mean, if you do the calculation in naira, it's running into trillions. $50 billion refinery in Ondo State. How transformative would that be to that state, to Nigeria, to Africa?
So, first of all, Ondo shares border with Edo State, which I'm very emotional towards. Getting a pipe, getting oil pipes to run from the Niger Delta to Ondo is as easy as walking to CMS from here for me now. So, it will be easy peasy. In fact, Dangote is probably going to shake a bit. From this.
You see competition?
Yes, it's not just a competition, it is an open competition. Now, according to people, there's a part of Ondo State, the oil side of Ondo, and Ondo also has crude oil. Ondo has crude oil, Ondo has oil wells. And these areas of Ondo, they claim they are Niger Delta. It is just division of state that took them away. In fact, if one people literally speak a mixture of Yoruba and Edo, they are the Edo Yoruba parts. Now, putting a refinery there is feeding the South-South. With Amotekun strength, we know that to a large extent, after the unfortunate incident that happened in Ondo where people were attacked in a Catholic church and all that, and of course with the other Mimiko and the other cohorts gone, Ondo State has been very intentional about security. And if the security in the Southwest continues, because right now the Southwest is almost more secure than the South-South, of course, and the Southeast and the South-North. If that happens, that means it's not just it is a central place. We also know Ifo is not far from Ore when you are traveling from Lagos. So when you are going through the east, you are going to the east, you are going to the west. Ondo is a mini link. From Ondo, you can get to the north, which is closer, which when they start to give out petroleum products, Dangote is going to probably get a shaking from that, because from Ondo, that is where you are. From Ondo, you link to Kogi. From Kogi, Abuja, you are just in the north, which is a good one. So they are very central. It's a very central location. It's also a safe location. Now, those areas are not very open areas because most of the people, they are predominantly farmers. They are doing cocoa. We saw a video of some of the farmers crying that they are destroying the cocoa farm and all that, because over there, some people don't own farms. They are government farms. You just go to any land that are allocated and all that. But let's leave that behind. This investment in Ondo State will take Ondo from that small state that was almost insignificant till they discovered that they had oil wells after the division of states from Edo and all that, to become one of the biggest states to look out for. From what I'm saying, Ondo will become the next manufacturing hub that will probably be bigger than Oyo. So the investment, it's a beautiful idea. It is highly welcome because of the safety of the Southwest. And the good thing is the Southwest states seem to be very good at protecting their manufacturing companies. Once something is set up in the Southwest that is a pride to them, they embrace it. And so we'll be seeing a replicated effort in other states as time goes on. In fact, I see Southwest governors coming together to build another refinery as time goes on. So it's a plus.
Over to you, Benga Ayonuga. What's your thought on these 500,000 barrels per day, $50 billion refinery in Ondo State? How will it transform Ondo State? Also, just like Swift said, Ondo has gone through some sort of tribulations. How would the security of that particular state, that investment, how would it be secured? Because it's not just Nigeria, we have Canada's hands into it too.
All right. So on the projects in Ondo State, I think it's a good one, even though everybody is waking up pretty late. When Dangote started in 2009, everybody was skeptical that it would not work. How will it work? And Dangote took the advantage of their reluctance to get the first mover advantage, and with it, a lot of tax credit, a lot of tax rebates that helped him to finish his construction. And if you calculate with all the setback from 2009 to 2023, when his refineries became operational, you are talking about almost how many years? That's almost 13 years to get it done. Now, I don't see a new refinery that, they have just signed a memorandum of understanding. I don't see it becoming fully operational until the next, if they are very fast, very, very fast, maybe 7, 8 years. So, while we are happy that they have started making effort on it, but becoming operational, you are looking at 7, 8 years from now. And the reason why I'm happy that it's happening in Ondo is one, Ayedatiwa is in his first term in office as governor officially. So if he gets a second term ticket, he will be able to, see through this project. Because one of the challenges that we have with this kind of project is change in government. The Dangote refinery that was in Lagos supposed to be in Ogun State, but when the then governor of Ogun State that had, signed and made all the agreements and arrangements with Dangote, who is now the senator representing Ogun East, Otumba Gbenga Daniel, when he left office, we saw the next governor come in, made a mess of it, and because he made a mess of it, Lagos quickly took over, and now Lagos is benefiting what Ogun State ought to have been benefiting right now if Dangote refinery had been sited in the Odokola Free Trade Zone that was established specially for it that time. So I am happy that this is happening in Ondo, where the governor still, if he can win a second term, has about 7 years or so to go. So he can really push if the project is really dear to his heart. He can really push to ensure that the project gets completed and give all the necessary support that the international investors need to get it done. And if they are able to get it done, of course, there will now be proper competition. Dangote spent 20 billion to do his own refinery. So if you make adjustments for inflation, the $20 billion he spent then should be around $25 billion right now, or $26 billion right now. So now they are spending times two, which means they can easily go straight and do maybe a 1.4 million barrel or a 1.2 million barrel per day refinery, in that area. And that will help generate nothing less than 40,000 direct job, about 120,000 indirect job, which will really suck up the unemployment in the area. But I hope that they will not throw the part of Dangote and also bring Indians, Canadians, and all the rest, that they will employ local people. And when they employ local people, they will pay them in international standard, not that you will pay local people, local standard, and then you pay your foreign employee by international standard, and then those ones would repatriate all the money back to their country. Now, talking about $50 billion, it is not cash. Don't get it twisted. When they say, "Oh, this agreement has been made," I don't know how much counterpart fund that Ondo State government have to bring out of the $50 billion, and then the BINL. I don't know how much they are bringing out of the $50 billion, but most of these $50 billion are in equipment, in land purchase, in paying expatriates and expertise operation to get the whole thing done. So it is not like cash directly flowing into our economy because many of the equipment are going to be imported. We don't have local manufacturing for many of the equipment that will be needed. But then, like Swift has said, it is a good thing, although uh, it's close to the ocean, it's close to the big rivers, which, if properly dredged, then the draft for big ships to allow they can make a, what do we call it, a port for big ships to berth there instead of berthing in Lagos, so that their equipment can be, brought in directly to site without having to pass through any of the roads. But they will berth somewhere in Ondo State where a port, I think they are currently working on a port anyway in Ondo State. And this is all good for that area because I went with the senator representing my senatorial district in Ogun East to inspect the naval base that is being constructed in Ibiade Odiomi waterside area of Ogun State. And you know what that does, even though they are currently in the phase one of that project, I'm sure that by 7 to 8 years that I predicted that the refinery will start operational, if the government is really serious to see the naval base through to its completion, then they would have started operation in that naval base by that time, which will add another layer of security to the angle. So we talk about Amotekun earlier on. Now, if we now have the naval base operational in Odiomi, which is not far from Ondo State, it's a border town between Ogun State and Ondo State. It adds an extra layer of security to that refinery, and it will help them get things started. And of course, the employment generation is also going to expand to our area. And don't forget, Ogun State had Gateway Institute of Petrochemical, I think it's called GIPG, where the Petrol and Gas Institute, just like the one in Efun, it was established during the tenure of the now Senator of Daniel. Unfortunately, the Ogun State government of today and of yesterday did not do anything to improve the quality and standard of that school, because that school was initially established when we thought Dangote refinery was coming to Ogun State, so that we can train local manpower so that they will be ready for employment in that refinery. But now that a refinery is coming to Ogun State government is smart, they will revive that school, pump funds into that school, and then train a lot of both Ogun and Ondo indigenes, in that school, so that they will be manpower ready when the manpower requirement, the local manpower requirement for the refinery starts to boom. And of course, also in that Olokola Free Trade Zone in Ogun State border, there is also a refinery coming there very soon. Talks are on the way. So this competition is going to be what will eventually drive down the market. But let's hope that Dangote will not use all the gimmicks in the book to stifle the competitions from seeing the light of the day, because the only person who has competed favorably with Dangote and has won is Bua. And for me, as a local watcher, I feel maybe because Bua is also a northerner from the same Kano state, but we have seen people from other side of the country try to compete with him in the cement industry, and they've been knocked out of the way. So let's hope that the government at the federal level will not be so focused on Dangote that they will not protect all these competition coming in to be able to see the light of the day. Because it is when they see the light of the day that the federal government will benefit, that the states wherein those things are established will benefit, that the people, the masses, Nigerians from the north to the south, to the east, to the west, will benefit, because the truck drivers that will work in that new refinery will not only be people from Ondo State, There will not only be people from Southwest, there will be people from the East, from the South, from the North, and every part of the country. So the government at the federal level needs to protect this refinery and make it see the light of the day. In the past, the government has, not this present administration, the past government has shown their bias in helping one man to succeed while making it hard for others to succeed in the same terrain. Let's hope that that will change now, and then we can have this competition and enough production for local consumption and for exports.
All right, Benga, thank you. So it was actually one of the things. I'm surprised that Benga went this route to say that he doesn't think. I was expecting Benga to say that he feels that this particular project is going to be backed by the federal government, because for some reasons best known, a lot of Nigerians or some other tribes in Nigeria have been clamoring that this particular government seems to favor people from the Southwest zone, talking about political appointments, talking about endorsements for businesses, manufacturing, that they seem to sign off faster for people that are from the Southwest zone. And so if this trend continues, because we had once had a president from the Southwest zone, which the Southwest people claimed it was not from here, it was Igbo, because he seemed to stifle anything that was coming from the Southwest. We saw the development of Lagos, how former President Obasanjo sat on one or two things, maybe because they were from opposition parties. Now, people are very sentimental about this project, that President Tinubu seems to be extending his hands to anything from the Southwest. So automatically, he's going to see this project as Tiwani. And it will be, that's why they are one of the first refinery, independent refineries to actually take forth and start something, because there is belief that the president is going to back them up 100%. And if the president secures his second tenure, which looks almost 70% possible, it would also be a good one for this refinery if the presidency is backing something from the Southwest. So the refinery looks like, from all points from this chess game, it looks like something that is not just going to succeed, something that is going to be extraordinary and is going to actually stand up against, it's going to be a strong competition for Dangote. Now, usually standard refineries, if the monies are right and everything, can do between 3 to 5 years. And from the information from the governor and other people, they are saying as fast as possible, as quick as possible. They have done their research, they have done this, they have done that things are already on the works. So we are hoping, if we are looking at 3 years, if this refinery can kick in 3 years, it means that Dangote...
Denga said 7, 8.
No. 7, 8 if you are facing... So, for example, Dangote refinery, there was a time it was asked to stop. There was a federal government law that, stopped him. Then he had to start again. Of course, those small issues. But imagine if these people, first of all, they already have, from project management, a Dangote refinery to learn from the mistakes they made, what delayed them. If they have all this going for them, they can actually put in an effort from 3 to... And like I said, if the federal government, if they are having the full federal government backing, they are having the full government backing of all Western governors, that people are coming together, they are having the full backing of a particular tribe, which is what we have been saying. Every tribe put together your refinery. Let's know that this is the one for the West. Let the Easterners put something together. Let the people in Ebonyi, let's see how fast, because you see, when you are doing regional things, that's what the Awolowo succeeded in. They realized that regional projects always grow faster than federal government, because federal government projects, there's national division. When an Hausa man is putting too much effort, his brothers call him and say, why are you putting too much effort in the West? But by the time you are from Osun, you are from Osogbo, we all have the same rapper, we came from the same Oduduwa clan, according to information. You will see that these projects will move faster. So if it's having federal government backing, it's having the people's backing, it's having international collaborations, and there's undertone of there are 1 or 2 underground, political players who have not read their heads up, but they're already putting money and they are very interested. I think that in 3 years, these projects can actually move, I think.
In 3 years. All right. Let's quickly move on to the next story.
I think they said Benga has something.
All right, Benga. I think Benga. Yes, Benga always have something to say. Let's hear from Benga.
I'm saying no matter how fast they try to be, it can be less than 7 to 8 years. Don't forget that there are lots of engineering works that are going to be done. And the every year has different times and seasons. So you are able to work faster during the dry season, but it is not the same, especially based on the soil texture and all the rest during rainy season. You might even have everything working for you, but the vehicles that will supply your products that you want to use to work, maybe that will supply your iron, that will supply your steel, that will supply this and that. The road might make it challenging for them. I remember, by the side, I'm a salesman. I sell lubricants, and I know that my lubricant, my HD lubricants for diesel engines, they don't sell so much during rainy season because most of the truck that I sell to are people. I've forgotten the English to use. Agbegedu, those who carry logs from the farm to the city, and so the roads are impassable for them during rainy season, and therefore they don't go to the farm that much during rainy season. So if you factor all of these things in, let's even forget about politics. Let's say, like Swift has said, everything politics is dotted and crossed properly, and then the money is there. But even with that, the amount of piling they will do for substructure strengthening on the land where the refinery will even stand. That one alone can even take a whole year to just do piling,
Benga,
of
you
the
are right.
substructure.
Statistics
And
shows
then,
that
during dry
Benga,
season,
Benga,
yes,
Benga,
all those things.
Benga, Benga. Statistics shows that in international nations, refineries have been built between 3 to 5 years.
Except
Like I said, if the planning is right, there's something called project management. There are people like in China that somebody works in the morning, another set takes up in the afternoon, another set takes up in the evening. If you are a project manager and you know that there's raining season, you can get a storeroom where you set up your piling that you will be used, that will have issues during rainy season. So I'm just saying, if everything is planned properly, we are looking at businessmen who want to invest millions, who also know that right now people are going into natural gas, they are going into a lot of things. So people are saying that there's a timeline for oil. So if you're investing this money, it means that in the next 7 years, that's the timeline people are giving OPEC countries. Somebody may actually think about it 3 years. Is it possible? It's possible, Benga.
All right, Benga, let's have your final.
I'm not saying it is not possible. I'm not saying it is not possible to be done in 5 years, but I am saying face reality. You can quote China for all you like. You can quote India for all you like. India has done roads that are taking Nigeria to do in 24 years within 24 hours. You can go and check the record. The fastest road constructed, it was done within 24 hours. But do we have that same? Forget that we have had international company come to establish recently. I don't want to mention company name, but there is a company who is establishing local production for lubricants in Nigeria, somewhere in Bayelsa State. I had worked with them before, but the refinery ought to have finished since 2 years ago, but it has not been completed now. The project manager, the Indian company that is constructing the refinery for them, the last time I met them at OTL and we were gisting, I know what I had. And you see, when you are planning and you are talking, let us face local reality. One of the other things is we are talking about manpower. I spoke about that school in Oni, Waterside. Apart from Petroleum Institute in Efun Delta State, I don't know the population of students they have in PIT Efun Delta State. Uh, Apart from that station, that other school in Oni that Ogun State government abandoned, second school in Nigeria that caters to manpower development in that area. So if they bring in total foreigner, I will be one of those who will come to TV and start shouting that, oh, you see this investment, of what benefit is it to Nigerians when it's foreigners that are working there? And if they want local people to be able to function there, do we have enough manpower, well-trained manpower that will fit the role and help them construct it. And that is why if you factor all of these things together, I still insist you won't spend less than 7 to 8 years.
All right, thank you very much, Benga. Well, let's quickly move on to our next story before we go on a break. Now, which is related to what we just discussed now. Billionaire businessman Femi Otedola has commended President Bola Tinubu for introducing a 15% import duty on petrol and diesel, describing the policy as a critical measure excuse me, to safeguard Nigeria's refinery and energy sector investments. Now, Otedola, in a post on X on Monday, praised the tariff as a crucial move that will shield local refineries and the broader industrial value chain from being undercut by cheaper imported fuels. He emphasized that the policy could strengthen domestic production, support jobs, and reduce Nigeria's reliance on foreign petroleum products. The businessman's endorsement aligns with wider industry sentiment that import tariff could incentivize domestic refinery, improve energy security, and foster economic resilience. Otedola urged continued government support to consolidate the gains of local production and infrastructure development in Nigeria's energy sector. Swift, this is quite... I know a lot of people have gone on both sides. There's been a lot of arguments, even right here on SOUQNews TV. Priye, Chooks, and I. You know, we've gone at loggerheads about this 15% import duty. Some are saying, it gives room for monopoly of, you know who.
Gang.
You know, it gives you room to... So the question now is, how do you balance? Because that's where the argument is stemming from. How do you balance domestic production and importing, by also taking cognizant fact that it might lead to inflation?
So, I'm one of the people that when I saw the 15%, I was excited. In fact, I said the federal government was too lenient. They should have made it a 30%.
30%.
Yes, so there's a reason why. Over the years, we have found out that a lot of Nigerian-owned businesses that have competition outside have been sabotaged from inside. Dangote came out to talk about the fact that he had some employers who were intentionally trying to, mess the machine up. So, like, the machine is not supposed to go beyond 15 Fahrenheit, and you see, or the heater is not supposed, once it reaches a certain stage, some people will intentionally increase it. He said, thank God that's why I talked about project management. When they were building the refinery, they took their time to know that, look, we are dealing with people who will come in to sabotage intentionally, who will be paid, who would keep still for 3 years before they rear their heads. So what did they do? They put structures in place. They put technology in place that if you are supposed to make it 15% and you take it to a 30%, the system will automatically flag that, look, something is going on, and bring it down back. You don't need to be told how much this man paid and how many, in quotes, professionals. That means you feel they are not doing anything, but that is their job, just to sit there and watch. I have a friend who came in, whose friend's friend came in. He was working in one of the biggest refineries, and they said Dangote, he gave him more than 4 times what he was earning over there to come and work for him, because does his department, he's into troubleshooting. The guy is a Nigerian guy, so he's a genius, that his hair is so big. So these are the things that are in place. Now, with this 30% tariff, 15% tariff, these importers, by the time they realize that when they calculate their profit on it, it's little or nothing, they wouldn't be investing money into sabotaging what we have. Instead, they will start to appreciate what we have.
But they're feeding the economy, because even Dangote with the 650,000 barrels per day cannot go around.
Let me explain what they are doing to the economy. The more you import, the weaker your naira gets. It is petroleum. If you look at the naira, part of the decline of the naira, 60% of what people were taking out looking for foreign exchange, foreign, what do you call it again? Looking for monies, for dollars and FX was for importation of fuel. Since the increase, FX dropped drastically. So, for example, I don't drive every day anymore. It means that what I was doing for petroleum has been reduced. So, FX effects dropped drastically. About 40% of what people were using to import dropped. Minus subsidy where they were importing and they were taking out. You understand? Let's leave taking to border countries and all that and getting money from subsidy. Let's leave that side apart. So if Dangote can improve its production, there will still be importation of fuel, but it will be limited. Look at what's happening now. There's some fuel stations that sell for 900 plus. Some sell for 800. The ones that sell for 800, you notice the queues. If you are a big boy, you don't want a queue. You drive to the 900 and something thousand naira, 920 or 984 or 940 because you don't have an issue with it. Same way, right now as of today, initially when the landing cost, with the 15%, news had come out that with the 15% it was 885 naira. So by the time they clear, they won't sell for less than 950. But as of this morning, reports showed it was about 828. Meaning it's still fair. If you're importing, if your landing clearing cost is 828, you can still sell at 890, which is competition to Dangote. You can still sell at 920, which a lot of fuel stations are still selling at, and people are still buying. So the federal government is being fair. To me, it's not a big deal. It will just propel people like Dangote to upscale. It will propel other people that are building refineries like the BUA group to make sure they push it. It would also push Nigerians to put their eyes on NNPC. After all, a lot of money has been invested in NNPC refinery. At least one should start to work. If one is working and is helping with 20% of what Nigerians need, are we not all right? Shebi NNPC staff are getting paid every year. What are they getting paid for? If no, that's the truth. It's going to get Nigerians to this point where we are going to start saying, why are we paying NNPC staff if petroleum products are not coming out from this refinery? Can we sell already? And so if this happens, guess what will happen? Because we must boost local refinery. There's nothing, and the good thing about the local refinery right now is in the hands of private people, private businessmen who follow world-class business standards. It's no more in just Baba Sikeru and Mood's hand, like what happened with rice. Like I always told them, if the rice millers, if you had to have a meal with an international brand, that I come and I know that, okay, Swift's meal, other people sell to Swift meal, and Swift is the only one allowed to give out, the prices of rice would not have been, federal government would have been able to put a mark on it that a bag of rice should not be more than 40-something thousand. But because it was left in the hands of everybody, like transportation, once rain falls, the bus comes to the bus park and says 900 naira, something that was 200. Once you don't enter, the rain is increasing. And the conductor is telling you that until you will stay here, and everybody is entering. And once it's about to leave, say, oh, you are still here. By the time the next bus comes and says 800 naira, you would enter. Because once you leave it in individuals' hands and there's no regulation, is a problem. So right about now, let's look for more regulation on Dangote, since we are afraid that, okay, when he sees that he's the majority supplier of Nigeria petroleum products, he may decide to increase his prices. Let's look for some regulation. Let's start to work on the federal government to say, look, there must be regulation. Dangote cannot increase to a set. If it tries,
the regulated market
already.
Yes,
no, you can, as a country, to protect your citizens, you can peg prices.
In a deregulated market.
Yes, you can. That's why you are the federal government. You can remove taxation from him. You can remove a 10% taxation. You can remove a 5% tax. These things happen everywhere in the world so that your citizens do not suffer. So at this point, we need to start troubleshooting in the future, in the next 2 years, before the other refineries come out, and there's this, what can be done so that the average man in Nigeria does not suffer. Also, the president, remember, in the next 1.5 years, is going for second tenure. If you notice, he's also being very, very careful. That's why bag of rice is falling. Food, he has kind of, it's not like he's not still facing manufacturing. Right now, you will see that the government is now trying to tilt towards the common man, because he wanted to secure the ground economically. Then you now start to face the common man. And he has promised that, look, the economy is going to get better. Individual homes, you are going to start to feel the succor of what the economy is doing. And one of the things is to sort, for example, the hike in petroleum products. Because once the petroleum products are hiked, guess what happens? food goes up. That's why when the petroleum independent importers were claiming that it was 900 and something, as of this morning, information coming out, they have come out to announce that it's not 885. It's now 800 because the federal government knows that once they announce 885, immediately people put up their meters to 1,000 naira. And once it hits 1,000 naira, tomato will go up, garri will go up. Immediately, the reforms that Bola Tinubu has done, nobody's going to see them. So the federal government too is now being very, very careful and very intentional. So for me, it's good. In fact, it should have been increased to 20%. I'm sorry.
All right, Benga Ayonuga, 2023, when President Tinubu came in, he said subsidy is gone. Nigeria can no longer pay for subsidy. So subsidy was removed. The market was deregulated. Now, 15% import duty on fuel. How does this protect local refineries? What's your thought on this?
It's going out there.
It does not protect anything, and I think it's a very dumb move by those who... I am here.
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I am saying it is a very dumb move by those who proposed that 15% tariff, because if somebody has done something in the past and that thing has failed, and then you want to repeat that same thing that has failed, it shows that you don't have sense. Let's not sugarcoat it, because if you had sense, there is a saying that it is the horse in the front that the one behind will look at when running the race, so that it will not fall into the same pit the one in the front fell into. I've given the example of rice. You see, Femi Otedola will praise the presidency to the high heaven because who benefits? Himself and his best friend, Dangote. The new expansion they want to do to 1.4 million barrel capacity per day. Who is the financial partner? Is it not First Bank, where Femi Otedola sits as the chairman of the board? So, because Femi Otedola comes to praise what will benefit him, who knows that thing is not going to benefit me as a citizen, be happy with it? No. So Femi Otedola might praise president from today to tomorrow. It doesn't mean that he's wrong. It doesn't mean that even he himself praising the president doesn't know that it's a dumb move by the president. You can only talk about 15% import tariff when the local refining capacity, we have at least 10 different local refiners, with each having a capacity not less than 600,000 barrels per day. So if you combine their total output together, you are talking about 6 million barrels per day. That is when you can talk about, okay, now we are self-sufficient locally. We don't even need imports locally anymore. We can now put tariff to deter those who want to import. But when we don't have that on ground, and then you want to put this tariff and the capacity we have right now. Did you know that Dangote is not the only refinery we have in this country? We have about 30 refineries already operational in this country. The reason why you don't hear about many of them is because many of them are mostly producing diesel, they are producing jet fuel, and then they are producing base oil. So they are not focused on PMS. And many of them have very small capacity, sometimes as low as 3,000 barrels per day. And the big ones among them is one you will see that have maybe 30,000 barrel per day capacity, but mostly it's between 3 and 30,000 barrel per day capacity that we have amongst all the other almost 29 refineries that we have apart from Dangote. So it's not that we don't have other refineries, but we are talking about big refineries that will be able to supply what will meet local needs. And if you are putting tariffs that will favor one man at the detriment of the... I gave you the example of how the tariff and the border closure affected rice, the price of rice to the common man. Have they gotten the issue of rice right till date? No. The same thing will happen in the petroleum industry. Don't forget that when Dangote came into the cement industry, we used to have 33 MPA cement. That's what the other industry player that he met on ground used to produce. Then he went and lobbied the government that nobody must do anything less than 50 MPA because the machine he bought to produce was capable of producing 43 MPA cement of the Portland cement type. And because of that, a lot of the big companies like Lafarge and other had to merge with other companies in order to survive the onslaught of Dangote. But since Dangote has come into the industry, before he came in, cement was 1.5. Now that he is supplying and doing things, how much is the price of cement? Even when Bua was trying to help the country to reduce the price of cement, did you see Dangote do anything in that aspect? See, I don't hate Dangote as a person. I'm happy for what he is doing because either anybody likes it or not, he is also helping the economy in a way. But you see, I am afraid of what his monopoly will do because I have seen what his monopoly has done in other areas where he is left unchecked to play. I have seen how his monopoly has destroyed other areas of the economy and businesses where he has been left unchecked to play. So I am not going to be driven by that, oh, petroleum, there's no queue at the filling station again and all the rest. And then be amnesia to forget that this is the script that this person plays over and over and over again. It's not new. And the federal government falling into that trap, it shows that the federal government itself, maybe because of personal interest, because don't forget, many of the people who are holding posts in office at the federal government level, several ministers, several, powerful people and industry players are alleged to be shareholders, even though ghost shareholders in Dangote refinery. So everybody is doing what will pay them personally, not necessarily what will pay the country. And Swift mentioned earlier on that it was importation of petrol that affected the dollar and made the dollar rise. No, sorry, Swift. It is not importation of fuel. It was the subsidy money that was money for the boys paid by the previous administrations from Obasanjo to Jonathan to Buhari that affected our dollar because people were just collecting money for doing nothing. Then the second thing that affected our dollar was
I said 40% of the reason why the dollar. That's what I said. I said part of the reasons. I didn't say that was what totally affected. I said part of the reasons.
They will collect their
which was
at the end of the month. Then they will go and change it to dollar, and that will have effect. When our governors were collecting their allocation, many of them from Abuja like this, they are going to change their allocation to dollar and hide it. Many of the governors have been alleged, and even though we don't have concrete evidence to prosecute many of them, but at least we saw a governor who paid his children's school fees for the next several years before leaving office. The former governor of this state, even though that case now, I don't know where it stands at the moment, and that is what almost all of it was an open secret if you are in the government circle or people in government, and that was what pushed the dollar high because they were buying dollars and hoarding it, and therefore the pressure was on the demand for dollar was high. So it is not about importation or what have you. I think this 15% is a very wrong move, and I think that it is a wrong move also at a wrong time, and it's going to have terrible effects on the long run.
Benga, that's
all right, Swift. Let's have the final thoughts.
Which for me, I do not see. I do not see why we should stake a country's moving forward in the petroleum industry because we're afraid that, oh, Dangote will monopolize an industry. Right now, there are many open players. Like he said, like I know of a lot of refineries that have been operating over the years. In fact, there was a time that I was shocked to find out that there was a refinery in this Lagos that was operating. But what did the owners of these refineries do? When there's fuel scarcity, they give to the elites, their own friends who have fuel depots in their houses. In fact, I drove in years ago with a friend when there was fuel scarcity, and Oga said, go and fill his tank. And that was when we found out that the guy had a mini fuel depot. And that was when I found out, this was I think 2014 or 16, that was when I found out that there were refineries owned by, there was a refinery owned by somebody in this Lagos, but it was a small, they said, oh, it's a small refinery. So what they were doing is when there's fuel scarcity or whatever, they give to themselves. These people have never been interested in the common man. Good or bad, Dangote's refinery is sorting the common man. So why do I want to tie my nation's economy down because a couple of people want to import petroleum products to enrich themselves? They have been importing petroleum products since the 80s without tariffs on them. What have they done for the economy? How many roads have they built? How many schools have they put up? How many people have they really employed? They really employ people and pay them peanuts. It's really the people coming from overseas. It's still the international foreign countries that pay the oil workers well. The local energy importers that bring in fuel, how much do they really pay their staff? I used to know a couple. So the truth is, it is okay for the government to put the 15%. Let's see how it goes. If it shakes the economy too much, then the government can always review. We have a House of Rep, we have a House of Assembly. But for now, is there any nation that produces fuel and they import without tariffs? There is none. Can we hit global standards in Nigeria? Yes. I'm sorry for sentimental attachment for people who work in oil and gas servicing companies that import petroleum, but it's high time we see the handwriting on the wall. You can't keep enriching yourself by suffering the common man on the street. So no.
Quite a bold statement there. Let's quickly move on to maybe our last story for today. Now, the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA, has finalized plans to impose a new $11.50 charge on all international air tickets for inbound and outbound passengers, raising concerns among operators about rising travel costs tagged as the Advanced Passenger Information System, APIS levy. The fee will be added to existing 20 security charge, bringing the total security-related ticket fees to $31.50 per passenger. NTA expects the move to generate over $1 billion in revenue over the next 20 years. The authority said the levy is aimed at strengthening aviation security and improving passenger data management in line with international standards. Proceeds from the APIS charge will be directed towards upgrading safety infrastructure and passenger profiling systems at the Nigerian airports, ensuring compliance with global aviation best practices. Swift.
Give Benga first. Me and you fight now.
No,
give Benga.
Before we come...
No, give Benga, because I want to tackle Benga. Benga, every time I talk, Benga
let's have your thoughts
No,
first.
no, this one. No, Nipa. Because look at, no, you go for Benga when Benga finishes.
Benga, she said she wants to have you talk first before she lands. So how would this new levy affect ticket price? Because we know this is going to affect, I mean, the already, what I call it, outrageous tickets. I mean, I booked a one-way ticket for my brother, I think that was 2 weeks ago, last month, over 200,000.
Yes, from Port Harcourt to Nigeria, 250. That's if you book early.
So how would this affect airfare tickets?
$11.50 is approximately 17,000 naira. That is added on the fare from that. Now, the question I would ask is, how does the 50 naira levy on electronic charge, the levy on interbank transfer, the levy on, they call it ATM card,
maintenance.
How has it affected the banking industry or card maintenance? How has it improved the quality of service that you and I as a banking customer are getting? It has not improved them. That is the simple answer. There is no improvement. The only thing it has improved is money into the pocket of industry players in the banking sector. The same thing. Of course, government will come and give an excuse so that it doesn't seem that they don't have a reason for doing what they are doing. But I will tell you for free that it is only extra funding for government. You know, every ministry and parastatal now, government want to make them income and revenue generating ministry. So if your ministry is not generating enough revenue, there will be pressure on you to generate revenue. And that is what I see as what is happening. I might be wrong, you know, but the fact is that they just want to generate revenue from somewhere else. And people are groaning on the streets already, saying that if this presidency or government is allowed, they would even tax the air that we breathe. And it is looking like that already if they are not careful. I hope that they won't push Nigerians to the situation where Nigerians will openly be the one calling America to come to the rescue because they want to suffocate us. And it's amazing that our president who said, let the poor breathe, is the one who is suffocating everybody in this way and manner. So for me, I don't believe any of the stories that they are pushing out because they can improve those security without, all this extra layer of burden that they are putting on the people and the industry because the industry is already stretched as it is. But then at the same time, we must also look at the government side. So the challenge that I have with the government, it was on this show, I think last week, that one of your correspondents from Saudi Arabia, Patrick Basham, said that during the Future Investment Initiative, that when the Nigerian Minister for Investment had the floor at that event, that he thought that she would sell Nigeria better than the way she did. So I think many of the people in the government, they are not coming up with good enough narrative. That is their problem. So they will just bring some basic minimum narrative that can be you can easily punch holes at them, and therefore we will not see reason. The fact is that this government.
All right, Benga, we really have to go. Really have to. I even have to have Swift jump in here, but thank you very much. Let me hear Swift. Swift, over to you in less than a minute.
So I hate to be, the public defender of the federal government. But first, look at these levies. They are not on local flights. They are on international flights. And they are saying, we have been fighting. We want to maintain world global standards. There are certain things that people who fly from Nigeria out of the country have been complaining that, look, they are not getting special treatments. The feeding is not right. The number of
they're charging them in dollars. That is also there.
This is not that. So if you want that world global standard you are talking about, you need to pay for it. The US has also done similar for international flights. They have put a 5% on some. They have put a 1%. They have tariffed here. They have tariffed. Some of the percentages the US has put is coming up to 20-something% from certain countries. And so, yes, I'm not trying to defend the federal government, but before you carry yourself and decide to travel out of the country, sorry, you have some money. You can stay in Nigeria with all of us and let's work together. But the whole idea is, I think, yes, people should talk about it. Let's see if the government can reduce it to a 10% or a 7.5%. But the truth is, for us to hit global standard, this must be done. I also disagree with Benga when he said some of the things that were introduced in the banking sector. As much as, yes, the banking sector still has their issues, I know how many people's monies have been tracked and gotten and refunded because of how swift the introduction of technology for the banking sector has been. I know how many people have been arrested and jailed and are sitting in EFCC office. So shout out to this.
Thank you very much, Swift. Thank you very much, Benga Ayonuga. We really have to go. We'll continue this tomorrow, definitely. And that is where we will leave it for today. From market tremors, yes, triggered by global politics, to bold new investment shaping Nigeria's energy, the future is clear. The economy is balancing risk with opportunity. Join us again tomorrow for more updates and insights shaping business, policy, and market across Africa and beyond. I am Olumide Shogaya. Many thanks for listening.
And I am Swift Adorito. Have a beautiful day.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Well, thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in the proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago, so it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and putting more investment in development of the game itself. In the clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league. and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it. And the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of role, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place. And it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until you're a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19, where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place, and there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our men. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. You know, they're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play, back and forth. It's because you've given him the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, for, you know, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need... National Institute of Sports. Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That, I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system, you know, it has nothing, we have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, then you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, you know, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. The media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers. I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press in general, but the sports writers, I disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if we are going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity. At 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
Is there a way we can bring that back, that passion?
Yeah, if you build a league that, you know, has the quality, the professionalism and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed, you understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We can put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions. You'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they could do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, what do you call them, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. And then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sports. So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can provide solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, you know, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, and come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes, we knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team, we were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy.
It's got to do with the kind of coach.
It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. A Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is the style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate, but the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the '94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference within for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the senior, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember, when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. It couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after. Because they're going to need more of those systems because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you got to give them what it takes. To strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. Solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you've got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to be top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and now they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. Yeah, you need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most Nigerian referees. You don't see. Do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No. Because, and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world. Because our coaches are not even, our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most times, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
My name is Muiba Wonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be a relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I had, between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. And then went back to England for my master's. And from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advance Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do 2 jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in the workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities equal pay. I want to know. I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale. And you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the areas that we have to work on because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. I learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. So most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way, way ahead of some developed countries because we, through slavery, we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. To borrow the quotation.
Yeah.
That's our society, that's our culture. It's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so-called popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, the value its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. I mean, so we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have thought that, you know, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that, I love him for that. And I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interests of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain and that they are also being violated and abused.
Yes, it's a two-way thing.
It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our societies and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all over. There is, give me a job specific that a woman cannot do, then I'll change my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must, education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Hawking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation and learn. I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to show, to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, in my culture, remains the head. You should be respected. You should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development, that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights on the upbringing of the children in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be good, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal right means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do that as your as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely disgusting. They're not women. They're no longer women. The exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is law. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must learn, teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. We should, if their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society. Show them, showcase them, showcase them.
Yeah.
We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo-Iweala. We have, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have, what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? I did talk about Kekere. I mean, we're there. Female CJN. Yeah. And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there's nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from Nigeria Street to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start to, no, she's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo-Iweala the same. We have a lot.
to another episode on Cashcraft, the show that helps you see business where others see problems. Today, we're talking about plastic waste recycling, a hustle that's turning pollution into profit. Without taking much of your time today, let's dive straight into it. We start with the steps. Step 1, start with collection. Plastic is everywhere. Sachets, bottles, packaging. But for business, PET bottles are gold. Start by partnering with waste pickers, shops, schools, or run your own buyback point. Now you're going to offer incentives. It could be 100 naira per kilogram, depending on location and type. You need to do research on that actually. So once collected, bottles must be sorted by color and type. So you know, clean, clear bottles fetch more money. So pay attention. Let's go to step 2. Clean, crush, cash, nests. What am I talking about? Wash them, remove caps and labels, then crush or shred them into flakes using a plastic crusher. These flakes are what buyers, local or export, actually want. Now, clean, well-sorted flakes commands better prices. Think 200 to 350 naira per kilogram depending on quality. So with a semi-automatic line, you can process up to 1 ton daily. That's real volume and real money. Let's go to step 3. You need to know your market, your buyers, including local manufacturers or plastics textile companies. And even exporters, that's very important. You never can tell. Some flakes are shipped to India, China, Vietnam, or reused here in Nigeria to make buckets, chairs, or even new bottles. So let me give you a pro tip. You need to form relationships with aggregators or industrial buyers. And if you can process into pellets or fiber, your margins jump like boom. So step 4, add value, add impact. Don't just collect, create. Now some entrepreneurs now turn waste into tiles, paving bricks, and designer bags. I tell you, a lot is happening with recycling bottles. So you reduce plastic pollution and you add jobs while doing it. Step 5, learn the rules. This business is tied to regulations. So register with local waste authorities, and if you plan to export, get listed with NAFDAC or the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NEPC. Now complying means credibility and access to big opportunities. Recycler, na bottle we dey see everywhere, gutter, road, market, but with correct machine, you fit make better money. The work dey stressful, but if you no lazy, e go pay. Of course, there are challenges: dirty waste, poor sorting, market fluctuation. Sometimes power supply slows down operations, but where others see nuisance, you should see niche. It's a dirty business with clean money. So here is your takeaways. Plastic recycling isn't just about helping the environment. It's a smart hustle. It's scalable, impactful, and already reshaping communities. From bottle to bank account, plastic is profit if you know the game. And I am Grace Komalafe. I'm here reminding you that waste is only waste when you waste it. Until next time, keep crafting your cash.
Well, I think as the name goes, we're still faring very well. We're still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Projects, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think. It was in the early 70s. And people had phone to purchase cars. Traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and one, train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Code. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. Okay. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, there are it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and providing solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. And it was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, you know, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. You know, somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to. There's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. You know, Nigeria has 210 million people. Officially? Yes, officially. You know, you can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I'm not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You know, you can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources. We have enough intellectuals to find solutions to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. I mean, it should not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of them. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. You know, I mean, it's not done. And what happens is that I don't want to create a war between professions. But the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. You know, the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parasitals in the sector, and you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks, okay. But you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under politician. You know, the discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE, you know, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then, now the Yoruba people say amukun eruewo oni wosaleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. You know, the root cause, we are not attacking the root cause. You know, the electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway. You know, because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, or you know, whereas this is a sector that is, you need long-term fund. You know, you need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960-something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that.
3 billion?
Almost 3 billion. I mean, we're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Central District, for instance, they are building the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Udeunije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC is virtually independent of the disco. It's independent of the, but they are doing a good work because they have offered to do, they have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way-live, that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kVA substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way-live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above NEC, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. Yeah. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri. And because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10, 15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. It's not repairs, but you know they need to change the oil and make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbers. Initially, NDPC was created from the federation account. The initial seed money for NDPC was from the federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our... But because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the networks. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPC. like LNG. I mean, LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. You know, I mean, of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPAC. I'm really hoping that we'll and adopt the NLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. You know, there's a lot of confusion in the society, you know, and even those even some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPAC. They don't even know. I mean, we were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPAC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, you know, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like, what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discourse as they are now don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. One or two of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, I mean, you know how wide that sector, I mean, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, I mean, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure this discourse. We need to support the discourse to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunication sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After all, they can use satellite.
Yes, exactly, from functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back.
They were taking over.
You have to deal with each one of them, you know, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, I mean, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get, I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened.
The Naira float.
The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too, this is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars will the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take one, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look, in the past, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now, a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Yes. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of, because petrol burns faster, you use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So, generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there is no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. I mean, not only intelligent meters.
Okay.
So that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds.
What was the intelligent network? What will you do?
Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your distance. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Ige Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born.
I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist. And just like many of the others here, the piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but, you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the fourth African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Aig Imokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. In a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Aig Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Aiboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Aiboje Aig Imokwede is back again. Aig Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Aig Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Africa is a continent of different individuals, tribes, languages, and even destinies. Every African country is unique in its own way, with something that sets it apart from the others. Today, on The Uniqueness of Africa, we take a look at Chad. Chad, located in north-central Africa, is a land of extremes and quiet resilience. What makes Chad truly unique is its extraordinary geographical and ecological contrast. Stretching from the harsh Sahara Desert in the north to fertile savannas and wetlands in the south. One of its most remarkable features is Lake Chad, once one of Africa's largest freshwater lakes. Though it has shrunk dramatically over the decades due to climate change.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the Midday News. We are reaching you live from our studios at SOUQNews TV. I'm Oyinpriye Krumale. Now let's begin. The Apapa Area Command of the Nigerian Customs Service recorded a landmark achievement in October 2025, generating 304 billion naira, the highest monthly revenue ever recorded by any customs command in Nigeria's history. Comptroller Emmanuel Oshoba, the area comptroller, revealed that the figure surpassed the 264 billion naira collected in October 2024, bringing the total revenue generated between January and October 2025 to 2.4 trillion naira, which already exceeds the entire 2024 performance. He attributed the milestone to improve efficiency, stricter enforcement measures, and enhanced transparency under the leadership of the Comptroller General of Customs, Bashir Adeniyi. Oshoba said the command is implementing new technologies, including a drive-through scanning system capable of processing up to 150 containers per hour to accelerate trade facilitation and improve port operations. He also added that the introduction of the one-stop shop model, part of the customs digital transformation agenda, will further streamline cargo clearance, reduce processing time from 21 days to 48 hours, and eliminate duplication. The command also emphasized that digital clearance initiatives are reducing congestion and manual interference, strengthening Nigeria's drive toward a more efficient and competitive trade environment. Now, the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, led by Mr. Taiwo Yedele, has announced 50 new tax exemptions and reliefs targeted at low-income earners, average taxpayers, and small businesses. The reforms, which will take effect on January 1st, 2026, aims to simplify Nigeria's tax system, reduce financial pressure on the poor, and promote inclusive economic growth. Oyedele described the initiative as one of Nigeria's most people-centered fiscal reforms, emphasizing fairness, transparency, and compliance across both individual and corporate taxpayers. The exemptions cover several categories, including personal income pensions, capital gains, and company income tax, while also granting tax holidays for agricultural enterprises and small companies with turnovers below 100 million. The framework further exempts basic food items, health care, education materials, and rent from value-added tax, while small businesses will no longer be required to charge VAT, stamp duties on low-value transfers, and certain digital payments will also be eliminated. Oyedele explained that the initiative is complemented by a public education campaign to combat misinformation and improve tax literacy nationwide. He urged citizens to support accurate communication, both tax reforms to strengthen accountability and public trust. The reforms align with President Bola Tinubu's modernization drive following the passage of 4 major tax reform bills earlier in 2025, aimed at improving efficiency and revenue transparency across Nigeria's tax system. The organized private sector and the Nigerian Congress have rejected a proposal urging the Central Bank of Nigeria to introduce 10,000 naira and 20,000 naira notes, warning that it will worsen inflation and undermine the cashless policy by the country. Business leaders called the deal elitists and counterproductive, arguing that it would encourage cash hoarding and increased hardship for small businesses. The National Vice President of the Nigerian Association of Small-Scale Industrialists, Segun Kuti George, said such policy contradicts the nation's drive toward a digital economy and would further weaken purchasing power. Labour leaders described the proposal as an economic setback, recalling that a similar attempt under former President Goodluck Jonathan was dropped due to public outrage. The Nigerian Labour Congress maintained that higher value notes would not strengthen the naira but rather expose fiscal instability. Economists like Muda Yusuf suggested that 5,000 naira notes could be a limited option, but emphasized that the focus should remain on stabilizing production, reducing inflation, and expanding digital payment systems. Now moving on, Asian stock markets retreated sharply earlier today as investors locked in profits following weeks of strong tech-driven gains. Indices across Tokyo, Seoul, Taipei, and Hong Kong fell from record highs, pressured by weak United States economic data and uncertainty over future Federal Reserve policy moves. Japan's Nikkei lost 1.7% after an early surge, while South Korea's Kospi slid by 2.3%. The US dollar rose to multi-month highs against the yen and euro, supported by reduced bets on near-term interest rate cuts, while Australia's central bank kept rates steady and cautioned about persistent inflation pressures. Investor caution deepened as mixed signals from the Federal Reserve officials cast doubt over a December rate cut. Manufacturing data from the United States pointed to continued contraction, while oil and gold prices slipped on global risk aversion. Brent crude fell to $64.65 a barrel, and the bullion traded at $3,977 per ounce. Analysts said the market pullback reflected growing skepticism about artificial intelligence-related investment, despite Amazon's $38 billion cloud deal with OpenAI fueling earlier rallies. And now we move to the UK, where the Exchequer Rachel Reeves has indicated that a further tax increases may be introduced to help reduce the national debt and borrowing costs. Speaking in Downing Street on Tuesday, Reeves blamed the previous Conservative government and ongoing global trade tensions for weakening the United Kingdom's economy. She emphasized her administration's focus on restoring fiscal discipline while also easing inflationary pressures to create room for future interest rate cuts. Reeves stated that lowering inflation remains central to the government's economic recovery strategy, pledging tighter fiscal management to ensure stability in public finances. The Chancellor reaffirmed Labour's commitment to sustainable growth through controlled spending and targeted investment, signaling a continued balancing act between debt reduction and support for economic productivity. Now that's it. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQNews TV. I am Oyim Priye Krumale. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. To stay with us.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, Celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts. Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls in the museum where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today. Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because, unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in dyed soup products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. BUA expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by BUA in 2005. BUA started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, BUA had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in the publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, SOUQ Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. BUA invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, Bois Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
When we talk about South Sudan, Africa's youngest nation, having gained independence in 2011, we often focus on its political journey or natural resources. But there's something else that holds deep generational value in South Sudanese lives, which is cows. In South Sudan, cows aren't just animals, they are everything. They are currency, they are status, they are identity. Among groups like the Dinka and Nuer, a man's wealth isn't measured in cash, it's counted in cows. Cows pay dowries, settle disputes, mark the birth of a child, and even the death of an elder. Boys grow up in cattle camps, learning not just to herd, but to lead. Songs are written about prize bulls. People name themselves after their cows. It's love, not ownership. And no, they don't eat them. Not casually. Cows are sacred. They are milked, admired, and even mourned. Only in rare ceremonies, funerals, farming, or great misfortune is a cow killed for food. To eat one is to part with a piece of your soul. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Just Africa, only on SOUQNews TV.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQNews TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQNews Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQNews Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQNews TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQNews TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Hello and welcome to Just Africa on SOUQNews Television. You know, here we break down trends, spotlight opportunities, and tell the business stories in Africa differently. That is what we do here. I am Omevi Idolor, and I don't want to tell this story alone. And I came, pulled, dragged Emmanuel Amono into the studio.
Yeah, she likes to do that to me. I don't know why. Now I'm looking at one very too stubborn or some kids that they cannot separate for whatever reason. Anyway, welcome to another interesting episode of the show, and I'm giggly because today's conversation shouldn't have me here. But then again, I'm glad to be here because we're going to be having a conversation that I am also passionate about and having to enlighten a lot of Africans and Nigerians to things that happen around us that affect a very, I wouldn't call them the weaker gender, but I would rather say a vulnerable gender that many of us do not give as much credit to the power that they have. And I do feel like most of the conversation that will happen today would open our eyes to a lot of interesting things and possibilities that can happen on the continent.
No, it's a beautiful thing that you're actually in the show because you have a whole lot to talk about as far as this show is concerned.
I don't understand.
There is a whole lot you want to talk about.
Oh,
so
yeah, sure. I know.
We cannot just want to have a show without having someone like
me.
Emmanuel
Don't say somebody like me.
Not having him in the studio. You know, so that is Emmanuel, and he is here to share his own conversation. So today, on today's show, you know, we'll be doing a whole lot when it comes to Africa. You know, across our continent, gender-based violence remains one of the most silent yet devastating issues affecting millions of women, men, and children. Now, you see why I said that I'm going to need to be here. But amid the struggle, there's hope, and that hope often begins within our communities. From traditional rulers and religious leaders to local activists and youth voices, these community gatekeepers are redefining norms, speaking up against abuse, and inspiring cultural transformation. You know, when we talk about gender-based violence, most times people just think it is women just against women. That's why I said it is a good thing that Amolo is in the studio.
Yeah, for gender balance,
you understand? Because these days we'll see stories where men are being beaten up by their spouses.
And the truth is, it's not just different kind of abuses happen. So there's emotional, there's the psychological, apart from the physical one that many of us go through. And it has been a pattern. And we've seen that even men have gone through a lot of emotional trauma that they grew up with, and then they start to translate that to their wives or their partners, and then it becomes a vicious cycle. Now, most of the things, many of the violences or the trauma that we see these days are something that people grew up being victims of.
Yeah.
And then because they didn't have a pathway to shed it off, it now becomes a recycle. Sometimes it translates to neighbors, to in the schools, in the church places, or very places they find themselves. They now become like a terror to the society.
Yeah.
So from conversations like this we're going to have today, we can fix the problem by perhaps fixing the men to help the women, at the same time have conversation with the women so they can tell their own sides.
Yes, and I've also found out that it is not becoming a norm in the society, or people are not saying it as a traditional thing for you to abuse the other gender, especially abusing the female gender. And, you know, and most men got to do this from when they were in maybe their formative years.
Yes,
I was going home yesterday, just at my major bus stop, and I saw these two children fighting, a boy and a girl. And the mother was, you know, I don't care. That's kind of what it is, I don't care. And the boy was beating the girl was hitting back. So I walked in and I separated the both of them. And I held on to the boy while the girl walked away. And I said, what is your name? And he said his name is Abdullah. And I said, Abdullah. He was wearing, of course, a Manchester City jersey. First of all, in order for him to listen to me, I told him, do you know I'm a big fan of Manchester City? And that was when he realized what he was wearing.
Jersey, yeah.
So that calmed him down. And I said that, do you know it is wrong for you to start fighting with your sister? Do you want to grow up and start beating your wife? Like, it was as if I poured water on this boy. Maybe around the age of 8, he became calm. I said, you know, you're stronger, whether she's your younger sister or your younger older sister, you have no right to beat your sister, because one day you will grow up and you will start beating your wife and your daughter. Is that what you want to turn out? And he said no. And that was how I made a little friend yesterday. So you see, that's
so you saved the nation.
Please loud. So we are preaching against gender-based violence. I will go on this quick break, and when we come back, we have an amazing guest in the studio live, who is a voice against gender-based violence. We'll be right back, stay with us.
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa. Today we'll be talking about community gatekeepers shaping the fight against gender-based violence in Africa. And you know, to help us unpack this important topic is Bakari Sambiat. She is an award-winning journalist and founder of Niger Feminists Media. And she has used storytelling to spotlight how informal justice system can either empower survivors or perpetuate silence. Drawing from Sambiat Bakari's work in solutions journalism, she helps us understand how stories of resilience and reform can push for structural change, from stronger community accountability to survival-centered justice system. What a beautiful profile we have here. Hello, Sambiat.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for having me on the show.
You look
It's
beautiful.
an honor to be here. Thank you.
Did you notice the beautiful smile?
Please, at this point, I'm feeling a bit left out. Look this way, please. Look over here.
Thank you.
Please, don't let him distract you. It is because this topic is really, really, really
Oh yes, I'm
important.
particular about this conversation because the truth of the matter is, as much as we talk about this a lot, we still hear so many of the incidences happen, and we might gloss over it as a conversation, but deep down we're scarring generations of people. I think the most recent one was the Ochaya.
That's the one that's trending around. Yeah.
I'm sorry I didn't follow it until recently when I touched on it, and you know the big brother instincts just kicked in, and in my head I was like, I wish I could find these people even without asking questions and just strangle them.
Yeah.
That was how I felt. That was how bad the thing hit me. But perhaps if we have more of this conversation and enlightenment, some of these things may not go away because some people are just mad.
Yeah.
But again, it might reduce and have more champions and advocates come out.
Now, talking about gender-based violence, what does that mean to the average African out there that is watching right now?
Okay, so gender-based violence is a situation in which a form of abuse, either domestic, physical, financial abuse, is put on someone on the basis of their gender. Typically, when we have conversation about gender-based violence, we tend to say, oh, men also get abused or women get abused. So first and foremost, put that out of the way. Usually, it's based on their gender. So it means that men can be raped. Men can be. Usually, what really happens is gender dynamics. So you necessarily or rarely find a woman beating up a man, but you can see children, for instance, boys being taken advantage of by female guardians. So let's put that out of the way. But again, the reason why it's gender-based is because it usually deals with gender dynamics. It's actually either the male suffering from the hands of the women put in their care, or the women suffering hands of men. So typically, when you look at the power dynamics, it's either maybe an elder woman is raping a boy. So you can see that in that situation, the power dynamic is tilted to being an adult. But as we typically have it, usually based on the notion that men believe they have physical strength over women. And so that is why the highest perpetrators of gender-based violence is men upon women. On the basis of gender dynamics, which is biological characteristics, men are typically stronger than women. Then we have other forms. Complicating is, like we've mentioned, like tradition saying it is normal for things like this to happen. When there's a domestic violence, they say it's family issue. We have the legal aspects too that complicates things, that even when you report things like rape, for instance, since 1975, as of 2021, there's only been 65 cases of convicted rapists. Meanwhile, there have been over 11,000 reports on rape. So you can see from 1975 up to today, only 65 men have been convicted for rape. Meanwhile, we have over 11,000 reports on cases of even in 2020 alone. So you have the legal aspect complicating issues. Then it becomes degenerated to the extent that when men rape women, they will tell them to their faces that nobody's going to believe you, right? Because people are aware of the situation. They are aware of the dynamics of, even if you speak out, they'll tell you go to court. And you go to court, it may take 3 years, 5 years, and if the court doesn't acquit you. But just to answer your question, this is just basically what the conversation is about. This is what gender-based violence is, which is the gender dynamics in which one has an edge over the other and then misuse it to abuse them. Simple as that.
I know that you're a journalist as well, and part of the things that you do in your advocacy is to report some of these things. When you report them, because I'm going to ask you to share some of the stories in the video, but when you report some of these stories, do you notice some gaps, apart from the legal side of it? What other gaps do you notice in this whole advocacy against gender-based violence?
We have a culture of silence, aside from the, I've reported several gender-based violence stories this year.
This year?
Yeah, several gender-based violence stories this year. Just today is Tuesday, am I correct? On Sunday, I reported a story on Hochanaya. The unfortunate thing is when you're a journalist and you need to report, you need to read about it, you need to do research. And in course of my research, I found myself crying. And this is not the first time I'll be reporting an issue of gender-based violence and I'll be crying during writing. I reported on surrogacy, and the victim was telling me what she passed through. And she was speaking and I was all crying.
She was telling the story.
The person that is saying
it's okay.
And it was the same thing when I was researching Hochanaya. Hochanaya was speaking to the media about the horror she faced through, but she wasn't crying.
And anybody who hears that story is like...
I mean, do you know how a child has to have in her costume to abuse for them to retell their story with their face blank? Wow. They were not crying. So we are the one that is not crying on their behalf, right? And during the course of the story, there was this term used that she had to go to the hospital and she had vistula, something, VVF. I mean, it was all around the media. And then I was just like, what does this term even mean? And so I Googled it, and I read it being a medical term in which the vagina connects to the bladder, right? And it usually happens to women after they give birth. And my next question is, how could something that happens to women that give birth happen to a child? And so I reached out to a doctor and said, explain this term to me, and how could it have affected a minor? And then the doctor then explained to me that the bladder is behind the vagina. So you have the vagina here, you have the bladder here. So when a man raped her with force, it's going through her vagina straight to her bladder to burst it. Tell me how you write that story and not cry.
I expected some of these. Look, I wouldn't want. Anyway, emotions can
okay.
We're going to go for a break because I'm already tearing up. But really though, I do see some of the works that Niger feminist media does. I read a few, and one of the things that I spotted was I think the advocacy needs to go farther beyond rewriting, because a lot of us don't even read what we write. And but then again, how do you use your media to change behavior beyond just writing about it?
Yeah, so one of the reasons why we began to write about gender-based violence and began to document it was because we realized each and every time we talk about these cases, there's usually a form of denial, right? Which answers one of the issues that what I see is the culture of silence. We as a society have not come together to agree that men overwhelmingly abuse women. Whenever, and you know, it's not coincidental that the name of organization is feminist, because it's used to from individual advocacy. When we try to have conversations online about it, the conversation is also, but what about men? Men too face abuse. But what about men? Some of these children are the one that, okay, what is even really the data? When did it even happen last? You know, there's a lot of what about them, which is one of the main. We've not as a society agreed that men overwhelmingly abuse women based on the power and a lot of structure that happens in the society. And you cannot solve a problem if you've not admitted to the fact that this problem exists. So this is the reason why we began to document issues of gender-based violence. I mean, when you read stories to some extent, your head is really trying to bust like, what the hell are we going to do about this? But beyond reporting, then we then use these stories to do statistics, see how prevalent. This year alone, we've reported over 50 cases of gender-based violence. UHS Foundation, that's a foundation that records femicide. This year alone has recorded over 83 incidences of femicide. And in case you don't know what femicide is, it is when men in your lives kill you, either your brother, your husband, or your sister,
your uncle,
or your uncle. Men killing women that they know, not strangers, that they know. We've recorded over 83 cases of that incident. And this is what we then begin to use to say, this is a pattern. So it's not isolated incidents, it's a pattern, and then we use this as a form of advocacy. So when issues like this come on, beyond reporting in cases of Hochanaya, we did press releases to call this out and say the government needs to do this. We do a whole lot of advocacy around the stories that we do. I reported a story on surrogacy recently, and I reported how Facebook people are going to Facebook to recruit vulnerable women, to carry babies from others. And then they give them this kind of contract where they say, you understand that you can die. You must not tell the media. If you tell the media, we are going to either arrest you or make sure you pay us all our money back. And they don't even give them this contract until after they're 3 months pregnant. And they tell you that you cannot abort the pregnancy. If the pregnancy is harming your health, you don't have any right or say in your health. Only the person that has paid you to carry the baby and the doctor has the right. So you're essentially signing out your life. And they're using Facebook to promote this. So during the course of the story, I reached out to Facebook. And I told them, these are surrogacy adverts on your platform. International media have called surrogacy violence against women and girls. They've called it exploitation. Can you tell me what your stance are? And Facebook said, oh, we didn't realize this, but we are against any form of exploitation. And they took down 9 surrogacy groups with over 32,000 members. So this is to show you that even in our reporting, we are recording impact. And this led to Nigeria Feminist Media being one of the 3 organizations that supported the United Nations to declare surrogacy as a form of violence against women and girls.
Okay. Which other media did you said you were 3? Which other media was
other 2 organizations were NGO organizations. Okay. They were no media platform.
All right. Thank you very much, Sambiat. You have touched a lot within a short period of time. Now, the advocacy, the voices are there, people are still speaking. I love the fact that you went further to say that, yes, you used social media, and of course, social media responded. Now, let's take it back home, here in Nigeria, in Africa. Despite the voices that we are lending out, the voices that are crying for justice, there is little or no justice for people that are abused. Why this?
Thank you very much. Let's go back to Ochanaya because I want to answer your questions with real-life events as it's affecting women and girls today. So I reported on the story in Nigeria, justice is not blind. It follows social activism. That is the title of the story. And the reason is because justice is supposed to be blind, regardless of who is involved, who the judge is, who the lawyer is. You are supposed to be able to go to court with your evidences and say, this is the issue. But we'll find out that in the case of Ochanaya, right, Natip reported the hunt because for those who don't know, the background is a 8-year-old girl went to live with her aunt. And that's because the only government school in her community was shut down. So her parents then said, your aunt lives in this community in Benue State. Why don't you go live to her for education? Shortly after she began to live with her cousin, a boy, began to rape her. The sister caught her brother raping a child and reported to the father. The father said, oh, my son, this is really bad. Why would you do such a thing? And ended it there. Then the father began to rape the child too. So we now have son and father raping just one child in their care. Now, the child later fell sick due to the rape where they blasted her brother. And then from there they realized that they were violating this child. Media authority took it. They took the aunt to court for failing the child and resulting in her being raped. This is in her care. Valid, right? The court sentenced her to 5 years imprisonment. The aunt went to the Court of Appeal to appeal this judgment. The Court of Appeal said, no, you are wrong. The child in your care was raped. You are entitled to be punished. They have upheld it as 5 years imprisonment. So the court agreed that the girl was raped and sentenced the aunt. Now, guess what? They took these perpetrators, that is, the uncle and the son, to court. Tell me why a court said you are thereby acquitted and discharged. There is no evidence that you raped her.
That is actually my question. Despite it, why? How did we get to this point in the first place?
That's the question.
Because there are so many voices out there right now. Everyone is saying, yes, rape is bad, domestic violence is bad, but these cases keep coming up again and again, every day, every now and then.
So I asked a lawyer this same question. In fact, I asked 3 lawyers this question, and it's documented in my story. How do you let the perpetrators go scot-free? Meanwhile, you already punished the guardian for the rape. So, and then they said, when doing the rape incident, the evidence brought by the court, there were 2 evidences brought by the court. And one of the evidence said Ochayan died of natural cause. Another evidence showed that she died due to the fact that she was raped. Then they brought an evidence showing that there was semen in her body to show that she was actually raped. But they didn't bring the sperm of the perpetrators. So because they did not bring the sperm of the perpetrators, you set them to go scot-free and say discharged and acquitted.
The truth
what
is,
did the judge say?
The truth is, courts actually depend on evidences, right?
Exactly. So let's get there. So what did the court say? The court says we can't pick and choose from 2 evidences. So why don't you the rapist, go for scot-free? Meanwhile, the guardian is in prison. And I asked, why is that? And it shows what he just said. The court relies on evidences and not justice. Because you should be able to use your common sense to say, these are the men in the house. The child, you should be able to use testimony is the biggest evidence there is. The testimony of a child who had her life told you, these are my rapists. And yet, they went scot-free. Because Nigeria, number one, do not value the lives of women and girls. Nigeria do not care about justice.
All right,
they care about processes.
Can we say that some of these abuse, now, when we talk about abuse, we're not just talking about rape right now. We have to talk about domestic violence as well. And as far as Lagos State is concerned, they have the Office of Domestic and Sexual...
DSVA.
DSVA, you understand. So, for me, I feel that, yes, it's because the government actually cares. That is why we have that department under the Ministry of Justice. Now, the thing is this. My question is this. Do you think domestic violence and other violences, do you think there are no cultural and religious factors responsible for this?
There are cultural and religious factors, but it's also mainly about individual factor. So now, what I wanted to end with when I said Nigeria do not care about justice is because they had a legal framework. Regardless of your culture, your personal belief, your personal bias, there should be a form of legal framework that, regardless if you're a judge, no matter how your culture influences it, justice, when a case comes to you, justice will come to hand. And I ask legal practitioners, what could be the recommendations to this? And to say the burden of proof for rape is too high. If I'm still using rape as an example, it's too high. If somebody were to die, they don't say the person needs to rise up from the dead, and you need to get the DNA and this or this. They lessen it in order for there to be justice, so that, such as the last person sin. The last person that saw this person can be used. So all of those accommodations are not put in our justice system.
Yeah, but I feel that those things, with the way it's going now, with the voices that are out there, I think these things can be reconsidered, and
yes,
the government is in that...
to ensure that these things happen.
Exactly.
Yeah. So in the cultural and religious aspect, so you see that the cultural and religious aspect also fits into our justice system. Sometimes we make laws, our laws are dependent on how does religion work, even though we have freedom of religion in Nigeria. And the freedom of religion should be either you are religious or you are not religious, either you ascribe to a religion or not. But some of our cultural laws are also around us. Then when we talk about culture, it's simply, what do you define by culture? Since they taught me in JSS class, in social media, I've never forgotten. Culture is an acceptable, is what a society found acceptable, a norm and way of doing things. So, again, if we as a society agree that our way of doing things should be that people should not be raped and people should not go scot-free, we would see that the things we are going to do, from our law to what we support and things like that, is going to show in our legal system and the outcome of the life of our people.
Then what is the roles of traditional leaders, pastors, imam? These are also gatekeepers, because when we're talking about gatekeepers now, we're not just talking about the government alone. We're talking about these are our chiefs, our kings and all that. Don't you think they also have a role to play when it comes to culture?
They have a role to play. When we talk about religion, for instance, let's take Islam. For instance, women cannot be an imam. Only a man can be an imam. So women are still at the mercy of men. So you are at the mercy of... it's interesting. Let's think about it. The perpetrators are the ones that have the power to change things.
Yeah, but we have research shows that there are some imams that even during their, I don't know how it is called, but during their worship on Fridays, there are now voices that preach against rape and domestic violence.
So they exist.
Pastors do. Yeah, they exist, but they are not the norm.
So, yes.
These are the exception of the norm. No, the power is still in the hands of the perpetrators.
No, I think that these are the changes that we're actually clamoring for. You understand?
I do understand that there might be gaps, but quite recently the Senate passed a bill to give life imprisonment to sexual predators or whoever it is that abuse minors. While it looks like something that was laudable, right? One of the, because I followed the conversation on Twitter, and one of the things that came as a blocker was, how then do you define who a minor is? Especially in terms of religion and culture. If some religion still allows, irrespective of the age, still allows minors to get married. Right. How do you now define who a minor is so that this can fit? Because look, one of the things that law would always stick to in terms of giving a verdict is how much evidence that you can present. So if there's already a stopgap that can affect a gatekeeper from doing his job, how best do you think we can fix that problem?
Yeah. So one of the things is we just need to put religion out of our laws. Because like you rightly point out, according to Islam, and I grew up as a Muslim lady, as long as you've seen your menstruation, you're an adult. I saw my menstruation at the age of 8. Does that make me an adult at the age of 8? Bear in mind that at the age, you cannot vote until you're 18. So you see that we need to remove, and so in some parts of the country, Sharia law is tenable. So we need to restructure our law, we need to restructure our justice system based on reality. If you see that something is not working, it's our responsibility to adjust it. We can say, yes, pastors to preach. We can make laws against type of laws that, the type of sermon, people are going to kick back against it, because we've even seen that when presidents want to even contest, they go and kneel down for their pastor to pray for them. So how will you not be making laws that has to do with your, pastors have roles to play. Imams have roles to play. We've reported at Nigeria Feminist Media of pastors actually saying rape does not exist. Many of them have false accusation. How then do you then want to make people like that rape people that are already even denying that the problem exists? The Quran gives men the right to eat women. They say bitter, but don't bitter lightly. So a imam can come and preach to you about how the imam allows you and how the Quran allows you to beat a woman, and that's already gender-based violence, right? So how do we make them the gatekeeper when the books themselves are against or support this form of things that we call? So we need to first and foremost look for solutions that are outside resting on perpetrators or things like that. We need to look for realistic solutions. We need to make our justice system work according to the reality on ground. That's the best way we can solve this.
Yes, there's a question I love asking. Anytime I'm having a conversation on gender-based violence. Now, most times when we talk about it, which you rightly said earlier on, we focus more on the girl child, the male. But like I said during my intro, the boy child is also abused. Some men in their homes are beaten by their wives. And some of them don't even have the courage to speak up, to say, my partner is beating me at home. Who is speaking for those men? Why has the society pushed the men backward to the point that, for instance, we hear things like, you are a man, don't cry. A boy is crying. You are telling the boy, you don't cry. You are a boy, you are a man, men don't cry. How did we get to this point? Because right now, most men don't speak up, and they are dying in silence.
So, one of the things feminists say is patriarchy to affect men, right? Their data that shows that men are the one that commit suicide the most. It is not to say men are the one that attempt suicide the most. Women are the one that attempt suicide the most. But men are the one that have the most courage to take their own life. Right? And sometimes it comes with the weight of responsibility on them.
Yeah.
I'm a man, you know, men don't speak, then you begin to die in depression. I am the man, I have to take care of all the responsibilities, and, you know, before you know it, you jump into Third Mainland Bridge, right? So we say that patriarchy, I mean, when we are even talking about Ochanaya with evidence, that we have not even got to just, you now want to talk about a boy that they are already telling, man up, man up. You know, men cannot even come out and say I've been raped, because even their fellow men will be the ones to laugh at them.
We get there.
You don't go on social media. So it's because we have refused to accept the concept of gender equality. If you talk about gender equality, we continue to place gender equality on strength. We continue to use the marker for equality to be strength, right? You and I, you probably have more weight than me, or I have more weight than you, but we are both equal, right? We are both equal intellectually. At best, that we all have just one brain, we all have just two legs. So, but we remove humanity as our basis for equality. We put it on strength. And as long as you put equality on the basis of strength, we continue to have gender divide. We continue to have women are inferior because they have less strength. Men are superior because they have more strength. So how do you now want to say you as a man have more strength and then a woman is beating you?
Anyway, leading from what you said, that's why during my own course of journalistic work, I tried so hard not to push for gender equality. Rather, I would say equity, because that balances it out. Because if we stick to just equality, these kind of examples start to come up. Oh, strength, I'm a man, and it has to explain that is difficult. Anyway, but still on journalism, I'm coming from the angle now of survivors, and then, you know, how to reintegrate them back into society without them feeling like they are pariahs. I know it is hard to interview somebody who is a victim, right? But how do you do that without making the person feel less of themselves when they are telling their stories? That's one. And then the second part is, are there ways to reintegrate them, and how can journalism help with that?
Yes, so first and foremost, you have to come with empathy. The type of, if you have empathy, it will direct the type of questions that you ask. I mean, I've said it that I've interviewed persons and they're not crying, and it's me that's asking the question that cry, because it depends on the type of question you give after them and which informs their response. But sometimes we are not prepared to when we want to interview people, we don't do enough research about it, right? If you've researched about it and you've understood what this person probably do, it will inform your kind of questions. I remember I once called DSVA about a man stalking me, and him asking me out. I said I'm not interested, and he began to call and call and call. And when I called the first call, they just said, maybe he just likes you, and then they dropped the call. I called again the second time, and the next person that called me said, just report to the police, maybe they just like me. And I called again the third time, and I said, what the hell is the use for DSVA if you tell me to go to the police? And why are you not taking this serious when I say a man is asking me out to the extent, if I'm interested, will I be calling the SBA for help? And it's because you can see that in journalism too, that you don't understand it. You don't understand how, if somebody says no, and they begin to call the person, and they begin to stalk the person, it can escalate to their death. So if you understand, if you really know about the sales time, for other victims, they come once and you tell them maybe the man, and they will not call you again. They'll just see that, and the next thing, yes, the person is dead. But because I'm stubborn, I understand the implication, and I really want to show the man that I can report to you. I was insisting on it. So we need to research about it. It will give you some form of empathy. It will share the type of questions you ask. Also, journalism has the ability to give impact. If you ask the right questions, it will lead you somewhere. And that's why I made an example of my surrogacy story. I wasn't expecting Facebook to shut down the platforms. I was simply asking questions. And I realized that from asking questions, I was making change in the society. And that's the power of journalism. You can make change in the society by reporting. But make sure you care about what you are reporting. And I tell this to my staff at Nigeria Feminist Media all the time. Care about what you are reporting. When you care about what you are reporting, you will naturally ask questions that will lead to impact.
Okay, just tell us about Nigeria Feminist Media. Yeah, in 1 minute, what do you guys do really? Because anytime you hear the name feminist, people...
Everybody's on this trigger, I don't hear feminist.
They've actually misinterpreted the word feminist.
Yes.
So feminism, is it okay, what people do, is it different from the general understanding of the society?
Feminists are simply change makers. That's it. And, change is not easy. It will definitely get labeled. When Nigeria was captured, when during colonialism and our forefathers were fighting for our independence, were they not? So they were imprisoned. They were labeled badly. It was not because what they were doing was wrong, but it was because people naturally had adverse to change and they will label you negatively, right? And that's the thing we see in feminism in Nigeria. Feminism is mainly a movement to ensure gender equality. Simple as that. And when we mention gender equity, when you follow gender equity directs you straight to equality. Gender equity is simply a tool to achieve gender equality. It means you have 10 cows, I have 2 cows. Why don't you give me 8 more cows so that we both have 10 cows? Is that not equality? So by you giving me 8 more cows, that is you applying the principle of equity. And that will invariably leads to equality. This is why we say we need to understand what terms is. Yeah. We need to understand what reality is.
So what do you guys do?
So we advocate for the rights of women and girls. Okay. And part of our advocacy is mainly on reporting about women and girls, stay on the forefront of ensuring that the society invariably leads to gender equality, so that we can have democratic governance. Okay. Because without gender equality, there cannot be sustainability, there cannot be democracy, and there definitely cannot be progress. Simple.
Whoa.
If there was sorry, I'm going to throw something.
It's okay.
If there was an African society that you dream of, say in the next couple of years, what would it look like?
It would be a free society. It will be an inclusive society. It will be a society where there's no gender gap. It will be a society where we don't have to argue men versus women, men versus women. We respect one another on the basis of being human. Simple.
Wow, what a beautiful, yes. Yeah, I know there is a lot that Simbiat Bakari wants to say, a whole lot. But time is...
We'll bring her back.
Yes,
we'll bring her back.
We'll bring you back on the show, especially we need to talk more and sensitize the society, encourage the society to get it right, because we really need to get some certain things right. A very big thank you to you, Bakari Sambiat.
Thank you so much for having me on the show. Thank you for the wonderful job you do. Thank you for this segment. It's very important and contributing to a saner society.
Thank you so much for coming on the show. Yes, we'll go on this quick break right now. And when we come back, we'll be going straight to the second segment of Just Africa. But please ensure you're following us on all social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. We'll be right back after this break. Stay with us.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the SOUQ Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. This is the second segment of the show. Please, you can follow us on all social media platforms at SOUQNews TV. Like, share, subscribe, and of course, comment. And we'll read your comments during the live show. So this time, we'll be talking about building a culture of influence for Africa's future through leadership, entertainment, and health. This episode of Just Africa explores how the entertainment industry can evolve beyond applause to advocacy, shaping how communities think, live, and stay healthy. At a time when Africa's creative economy is becoming becoming the most important in the continent, we ask, are our storytellers also shaping healthier, more informed societies? Amolu, do you think our storytellers are shaping the stories that we see in our entertainment industry, in the creative industry these days? Do you think they are making our society a healthier society, or we are just doing our thing?
So from research, we've seen that storytelling has gone beyond just entertaining you, right? You can use storytelling to fight for social change. You can use storytelling for beyond just advocacy, for making impact, to change policy, to change behaviors, to change the way of life, people's culture. And I do like the fact that one of the things that Africa owns as a natural characteristic is how to tell stories. The problem we've now had is we are beginning to embrace modernism, which is another person's culture in the guise of modernism, and beginning to lose our own identity and the way we tell our stories. Because never a time would an elderly person share a story with a younger person from another generation without having to tell a message in the story that they're telling. But right now, what we just do is we just tell a story, and then you're asking yourself, so what am I getting out of this? Right? What is the message in it? Sometimes you might even get the end from the beginning, and you're like, so what is the essence of going through the whole process? Right? But I do feel like the norm can change if we can go back to the way we were and how we tell our own stories. It can help our generations get better. Okay, so to help us unpack that question is Sakris Akwarandu. He is an award-winning broadcaster, Nollywood actor, director, and UNICEF-certified breastfeeding and lactation management consultant. He is a veteran of Nigeria's creative and media landscape. With over 35 years of broadcasting excellence and nearly 3 decades in Nollywood, he represents a new kind of cultural leadership, one that fuses storytelling with responsibility and influence with purpose. Our guest brings a rare blend of creativity, mastery, and health advocacy. He believes leadership in entertainment goes beyond fame. It's about influence that transforms lives. Sakris Akwarandu, welcome to the show.
I'm glad to see you both. I mean, you guys are good. Yeah?
Emmanuel,
well, you guys are good.
It feels somehow to entertain your director. Sakris is actually my guest.
Yeah, for you to give us that kind of accolade, I really like a celebrity already.
My first stage play at the National Theatre was directed by Sakris. The reason I'm carrying the cuts right now is Sakris.
No, I made her a male.
And then she stayed with the character.
I don't know about that.
Zachary, welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure being here. I mean, I love your station.
Almost 40 years in the industry and broadcasting, acting, director. I know you're good at it. So I don't need a... Zachary, how were you able to put all these together?
Well,
being a broadcaster, working with UNICEF, directing movies, and all these, and you're still trending.
You know, a broadcaster, a journalist, and so let me say a media practitioner and a theater practitioner can become anything.
Okay.
Once you are called and you have it in you, the next step is, where do I practice it?
Yes.
And the field is so large, so you can practice anywhere. That's one. Then two, there are no pretensions in this industry. What you're not, you're not. What you are, you are. I watch people and listen to them. They try to anglicize the way they speak, but they pronounce words badly. So, are you not deceiving yourself? And then a Briton would ask me, what is she saying? And I say, well, I don't understand. But she's supposed to be speaking English. If you don't know it, you don't know it. That's what it is.
Yeah.
But there's also another component to it. You've got to learn every day. So as you practice, you learn. And as you learn, you give out so that you can have more. So my cup is always half empty.
Okay.
Not half full.
Half full, yes. Because if it's half empty, there's always something to
beat me.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then again, I know we're touching into like 3 different tracks today in our conversation: your journey as a journalist, and then leadership, and then health. Right?
Yeah.
So let me tie the one for leadership.
Go ahead.
You've gone through over 35 years. I mean, the numbers are just great.
Just go ahead.
So if you've merged this all through, how do you perceive leadership, especially in Nigeria and Africa collectively? How do you see the kind of leadership that we have?
I'm going to shock you. The lacuna in our leadership is because of the confusion and the followership. If you have an enlightened followership, you will have a quality leadership. So we are suffering in Africa because the followers are not interested in finding out, why are mosquitoes biting me? Why is there so much noise pollution? Why are the crops not growing? If you ask questions, you get answers. But because we live in a consumerist environment, even in religion, that's why people go to sleep in churches and in mosques without going to work, thinking that there's a God that will come down and give them food to eat. That's absolute nonsense. It's trivializing creation. The Africans are doing that. And we also have the penchant of calling someone who is working very hard a fool. Can't you see how hard you're working like an elephant and feeding like a cat? So that discourages the person that works hard. But creativity doesn't come in a whim. Creativity doesn't come like a magic wand. So you keep trying. Probably 1,000, you may write 1,000 applications to go for an interview, just one. But if you depend on whatever happens, my uncle will give me. Whatever happens, my mother will leave that house and we will rent it out. That's absolute nonsense. So you wake up in the morning, you just graduated from school, and then you just did your youth service, you started working, and the next thing you want to ride a Jeep. How does that add up? So you breed people whose expectations don't meet their work rate. Now, extrapolate that to leadership. You then have people who apply for a non-existent job with no qualification in order to become great. So you are producing people who actually do nothing, but who want greatness.
Yeah.
But you achieve greatness, and it requires hard work, hard thinking, proper planning, purposeful engagement. But you don't have that. So take, for instance, our leaders walk in and expect that we're all fools. Give them something to eat. Or give them something to drink. Oh, you haven't paid school fees. It's okay. Come and see me on Monday. That's absolute nonsense. So why hasn't he paid school fees? That's the first step.
Yeah.
When you now know why he hasn't paid school fees, is it your fault? That's the second thing. The third, what are we doing to help him pay school fees? Then four, what is he going to do after paying school fees? If you don't follow that process, you'll be walking in darkness.
With this potpourri of knowledge that you have, and you've lent it very well, especially in terms of leadership and broadcasting journalism as it were. How come you now decided to delve into health and lactating?
Oh, it was
breastfeeding. Is that what the breastfeeding? Why did you choose that?
Now I'll tell you. I had a lecturer in the university. He was in the Department of Biochemistry. And I had done my first master's degree in international law and diplomacy before I went to Wall Street Journal to do news writing and reporting. And he met me in Lagos. What are you doing? I said, I just want to set up a business in production. But it's becoming very difficult because documentaries are not really consumed. You know, if you're an individual trying to produce documentaries, you have to produce for government and so on and so forth. He said, you know, you've always been brilliant. Do you want to get involved in health? I didn't think about it. I said, by all means, I'm interested. That's how it started. So he took me to UNICEF. Now, it was hard for people to walk into UNICEF, but I walked in.
Yeah, that story would have been great. How did you do that?
I walked in with him. He took me to the head of nutrition, who incidentally was the economic minister in Sri Lanka. And he had 5 PhDs. As soon as he told me he had 5 PhDs, I relaxed and crossed my legs. Then I knew I was talking to a human being.
Yeah.
And he said, I hear you're very good. I said, I don't know what you mean. He said, I have some tips we've done. I want you to go and put it together and bring. I didn't ask him for money. I didn't ask, how am I going to do it? I took them. Some of those pictures were so bad, but I went, and by the time I, did the script, I took it to him, he liked it, I voiced it. He said, were you in BBC? I said, these are the things I don't talk about. No, I don't talk about them. He said, okay. I finished the production, and then he played it. He said, how much? Because at that time, I told him to pay 40,000. He said he didn't have 40,000, that the budget they had was 25,000. I said, fine, bring it. So he took me to the accounts, and we did all stuff, and then they transferred the money. I came back into his office. He said, what would you want? I said, a cup of tea without milk, but with sugar. He gave me that. He said, are you Nigerian? I said, I am. He said, are you sure you're Nigerian? I said, I'm Nigerian. I said, why? He said, you never thought about money? I said, no. Money should come to me. I don't have to go to money.
To money, yeah.
And that's why I don't exceed my own expectations. I don't ask for what I can't get. Yeah. He now asked me, how would you want to be trained? By UNICEF, free. I said, it's not even the free that is important, that you want to train me, I like it. That was how I was sent on training. As a master trainer in breastfeeding and lactation management, a master trainer in reproductive health and sexuality education. Then by the time I came back, he introduced me to someone in WHO, and the WHO trained me in neonatal and maternal mortality and morbidity. That was how I got into health. So from then, from buying palm oil, I entered the market in the health.
Yeah. Because at some point you're not even a nurse, and then you've been getting all this.
So, because I allowed myself, remember, my cup is always half empty.
Yes.
So then, of course, to Johns Hopkins University to do a master's in health communication. So, and I came down, I have a lot of friends in Louth, and we began the process of now integrating communication with health. Now, I see people say they're doing health programs, so they don't understand what they're doing. You've got to understand what you're doing before you do it. And that's a problem with media in Nigeria.
Because that's where my next question is actually going to. Now, the entertainment industry, especially the media entertainment industry, Nollywood precisely, we've seen people who don't pay attention to their health. I don't know if you want this to be said on a live show, but you were sick. You were sick at some point, and nobody heard about it.
Nobody will.
And that included me. Yes. Nobody heard about it, and it was severe. But these days, we've seen veterans like you, when they're sick, they come on social media, GoFundMe, and trying to raise money for them, which means that some of these actors don't pay attention to their health. As a veteran, a health person, a broadcaster, what do you have to say to your colleagues that don't really pay so much attention to their health?
I tell you, first of all, I like your earrings. I mean, who designed them?
It's like crazy.
Now, you see, the first question Aristotle asked was, who are you? Man, know thyself. If you don't know yourself, you can't know your God. If you don't know your God, then you won't understand why you were made. That's very important. Now, if you understand that there's always a wear and tear in man and machines, so there will be a time when your system will wear out, but you have to repair it. Let me digress a little bit. With AI, for instance, in, say, projection, that scientists are projecting about 2077, we don't need to have a phone, a handset.
Yeah.
No, that you do yours like this and then dial, or maybe, on your hand.
Your palm. Yeah,
so it will be implanted in you. But what they don't quickly tell people is that this whole system as it is, you cannot replace the brain. In other words, even if you have an implant in the brain, that implant in the brain cannot function like the brain. Now, even if we have a 3D printing of the lungs, 3D printing of the kidneys, you cannot print the arteries, you cannot print the nerves, you cannot print the nephrons, you cannot print the synapses in the system. So man will still belong to God, not to machines. So, as a broadcaster or an actor or a performer, whatever you do, you've got to know that you operate within a society. If that society is disease-ridden, you will be disease-ridden. You can't run away from it. So in other words, understanding yourself and the limitations of a performance of your system is very important. Now, if I had blood clot in my lungs, that's what I had, why would I tell people? It's not their business. Now, because I understood exactly how my system works in any case, so I knew I was going to have problems in breathing, I was going to have cough that may not go easily. Now, I may have had what you call pulmonary embolism, and that is stroke. All right, and stroke is stroke. There's no partial stroke, there's no permanent stroke. So I would have had stroke. So now we've got to probe, where did it take place?
Yes.
I don't have high blood pressure. I don't have a diabetes situation. I didn't have an accident. So where is it from? So I had to go for tests from Lagos to Abuja. And then for there to be a resolution as to what made blood clot to appear in my system. And that's it. So I need to know. So, and if you also dabble into things that externally would affect your internal organs, you drink too much, you smoke too much, oh, sex is good even if it's overrated, you waste so much time on sex. Now the tendency is that your body will become an alien to you. All right, because as you go on, a lot of things will begin to happen to you. Your lungs will begin to fail you, your kidney will begin to have a problem, your heart could be overloaded, and then the arteries could be blocked. So how do you empty your system? So it's important for you to know. Take, for instance, my handset has a 7G protective device that if I get to anywhere, even if it's 7G radiation, it won't affect me once I hold my phone. And because I have to go to places, so I have to do it so that wherever I go, I'm not afraid of radiation. I'm just giving you an example.
Yes.
That is also how I treat my health. And that's also how I treat my professions.
It's really quite insightful. Yes. And I do know that one of the things that we lack in this part of Africa is access to information, right? And it's a sad decimal that we have people who know, and there are few of them, and they are not heard even when they speak. Because the truth is, if these informations are out there, you'd expect more people to be able to make informed decisions. But in media, there's something called noise. So the noise takes precedence. A lot of people want to hear the noise rather than the fact itself. Many of your people of like mind, I won't say your people, people of like minds, how come many of you shy away from leadership? Because essentially, you know better than the rest of the followers. How come you are not the best brains that the square pegs in the square?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
I will answer you straight ahead. I have a calling. And that is what the media actually should do. We should set agenda like you know that. Are we setting agenda? No. We should imbue change in the society positively. Are we doing that? No. We should lead to, from mobilization to conscientization. Do we do that? No. We end at mobilization, and the people are not conscientized. That's why you have religious bigotry. That's why you have taboo teen gods. The reason is because someone tells you that if you shake my hand, you go and see God. And you don't, the media doesn't tell the people that that's a lie. You can't shake this guy's hand and go to see God. How does that happen? The media now eulogizes him, and then he becomes a spectacle, and people begin to run him. That's why someone could tell others, don't vote for this person, and you don't interrogate that. That's why you get excited that someone says, destroy Nigeria. Now you don't ask, why am I going to do that?
Yes.
What would accrue to me if I do that? What's the essence of doing that? And that's why also when good policies come, we don't interrogate it. So the media doesn't ask questions. Let me tell you, insurgency persists in Nigeria because of media hype of the insurgents.
Okay.
So yes, because we create stories around them as if they're gods. But if we talk down on their influence, then they begin to see that they have nowhere to run to. Look, in the 80s, there was this advert, Amroba Nubi Spirit. You guys are old enough to know. Amroba's Nubi Spirit. All right? It was in the media then. And it made a lot of sense, which means that the Amroba could be your neighbor. So, let me tell you, the defense that is effective is knowing where you are, not who you are fighting. Once you know where you are, you know whether you're balanced enough to withstand whatever. But if you don't know where you are, you'll be afraid. You understand?
Yes.
So the media probably contributes up to 40% of our problem. Yes, because issues like this we're discussing now are seldom discussed in the media. Reason is because you have people who do what you call self-censorship in the media. You self-censor yourself.
Yes.
No, I don't want to go that way.
You're a gatekeeper for yourself.
I don't want to go through that route. It's not going to get me money. So how much are you making? And I'll tell you, why the media is not that rich is because the economy itself does not sustain service industries. So the media, the hotels, theater are dependent on an economy that is thriving. So we should work to have an economy that thrives so that people can come to ask you to promote them. So you cannot, for instance, the industrialization in Nigeria has just slightly moved from 19% to 21%. So we're coming up. So if we have 5 million small-scale industries in Nigeria, for instance, and each employs 5 people, so you have 25 million employed.
Yes.
Now, if you have 140 million people that could work, at the age of working, from 75 down to 18, and you take out 25 million from the job market, then you're improving. Then if the heavy industries in Nigeria, you could have 2,000, for instance, and they employ 1 million people each. So you have 200 million. You understand?
Yes.
So in other words, the media is not letting the people understand that when the sheep is urinating on his tail and saying, I'm destroying the ground, it's the tail that is destroying. So when the cricket is screaming, I'm dying, it's from his stomach, not from the outside.
Okay, now SOUQ is actually taking us to another realm. SOUQ, you are taking us to another realm. But it's okay, because our cups are half empty. So there's room for more knowledge to come in. So let's look at government. How can government help or come in to support the entertainment industry and every other sector to help push out the orientation, the mindset of the importance of health? Because when we're talking about government, now we're coming back to leadership. And for what you said about leadership earlier, it's a whole lot, really.
Yes, sure.
But right now we need to understand, how can NGOs, governments, individuals use the entertainment industry to promote the importance of health in the same industry, not generally now?
You've got to, first of all, have practitioners who are patriotic.
Okay.
You see, I tell you this, Nollywood has come a long way. But when it started, it was just a matter of, let's find food to eat. Then when Mnet came in, then you began to see people who are actually trained practitioners now come out to say, well, okay, you guys are from South Africa, we're here. This is what we've got. So it was at that stage we started moving incrementally. We now have got to a point where we need to now specialize in areas. If you notice, our scripts are not wonderful. While we tell good stories, we have problems in using these scripts to achieve our end. Okay. So everything is, okay, okay, SOUQ is in a movie, and the movie, SOUQ will have to marry her. That life is not like that, my brother, my sister. Everything doesn't end in marriage. So I tell them, in fact, I have to give a talk on the 25th. I tell them, listen, we should now move towards realism. Tell the people, you don't have light is a reality. When you watch our movies, lights don't go off.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Well,
fair point.
We don't live in New York. We don't live in London. We live here.
Yeah.
Before Tinubu came, of course, you had one grid and the thing was epileptic. So from next year, you're going to have states now who are going to own the electricity project.
Yes.
So I can decide to unplug from your own because I'm paying and I'm not getting the service.
Yes.
Maybe where's your own? Unplug on your own. Are we prepared to lead the people towards that road? No. Now, look at the issue of insurgency. Someone comes and gives you 10,000 naira. You tell them to come in and destroy your place. Then people run away. You don't farm. Of course, now with technology and good agri knowledge, you can farm 3 times in a year.
Yeah, yes.
And this land is so blessed that all year round you can keep farming.
Yes. Yes.
Why don't you make those people that drive the farmers away to know that they can become useful? But you don't do that. They give you 10,000. You truncate the process of the growth of your own environment. Now, why should someone drive cattle from Sokoto to Ogbomosho? It's mind-boggling. When between Kebbi and Katsina, you have flat land that can accommodate so many grazing reserves. And in those reserves, we can have schools, hospitals, we can have cold chains. So I don't need to go to the market and see people wielding knives that are killing a cattle or a goat or a chicken. What for? So you buy it refrigerated hygienically in packs. Then we've advanced. So you now have an idea that a kilo would cost this here. A kilo would cost this here. Ditto for every other aspect of our lives, including vegetables. That is a process. Yes. Spirits are not doing it, humans are doing it. But you now allow someone to take cattle from Sokoto to Ogbomosho and then the process destroys people's farmlands. You are a fool. Because you're not growing.
Yes.
That is part of what our movies are supposed to do. I'll take your mind back to Cockroach at Dawn. What was the theme? Go back to the land. And someone borrows money from the bank, puts in land. Now he has a brother that is wicked, who doesn't want that process to go on. But in the end, he triumphs. People watched it and understood it. We began to have people till the back of their homes. Now you don't even need to till the back of your home if it is full of granite. You can plant in bags.
Yes.
Why don't we have stories that move people towards that way? Now, instead of people using human beings to make money, which is fallacy, you can't use anybody to make money.
Well, organ trafficking.
It doesn't exist, except organ trafficking.
Organ trafficking,
so
yes.
Why don't we begin to move the people's minds from that to hard work? That you can fabricate something. You can make something and sell. Before now, if you go to Aba, things you buy are shipped to Benin or transported to Benin and then stamped made in Italy and brought back to Nigeria and sold. But now you see made in Aba.
Yes.
Because there's a leader that is telling them, you should be proud of what you make.
Yes.
But that also has improved the quality of what they're producing because they now know that eyes are on them. I tell you, in the 70s, I don't know how, maybe you weren't born then.
Yeah.
In the 70s, there was this talk about, oh, this one is Taiwan.
Yes.
So it wasn't working well. All right? But then go to Taiwan and see what they make. Yeah. Then by the 90s, Chinese things, they don't even do well. Yeah. But now, everything, almost every, in fact, it remains having a human being on the road made in China.
Made in China.
So if you don't make mistakes, you can never, ever achieve anything. And then don't make friends with someone who tells you, I never make mistakes. Forget that. Make friends with someone who said, I failed. I failed. But I took off from where I failed. That's a better person.
Wow. It's indeed a very insightful conversation. Yes. I know because of time we may not be able to cover so much. We will definitely have to have you back again. But now that you're here, you have to touch a lot of stuff here. So I do know that the entertainment industry does their own part. And apart from the movies, there's still also the music to carry our culture beyond here. But Africa as a continent can do more because we see the potentials are here. But how do we get younger people to understand that these, like you mentioned, is a process and you don't need to jump? Because I know education is no longer alone in schools. How do we pass on this notion to them that they need to follow the process?
That's what Americans did. When you had Roger Ramjet, that's the big guy that conquers the bad guy. All right? So you watch every American movie, there is actor, right? Actor know they die, right? Now, the whole idea is that it is him against the bad guys. That's what you watch. There's nothing else you watch. So they've sold that. We should also sell our own. We should sell our own. Let me tell you, I was telling someone today that when my grandfather was worshipping Amadioha, he also worshipped Chineke, Chukwu, the God that creates. But he never saw the God that creates. So he knew that Amadioha was just a messenger, a go-between to the God that creates. So you won't call him a pagan. Yes. Because he knew what he was doing. And he lived a better life than I, who would go to church every day. So if the media, the churches, the mosques, opinion leaders, politicians, political parties could let our people know that there is no way you can make an omelette without breaking an egg. Tell them there's no way you can be 10 years without passing through 1 year. Tell them that by putting in your head, let me go to Canada, for those who haven't been there anyway, let me go to Canada, let me go to this. Look, it's the same everywhere. I know that there are a lot of Canadians, moving to Germany and to Britain, and some British moving to Germany, all right, and to the United States, and some Americans who are living in America, going even to South Korea and so on and so forth. There is always migration. All right. Your place is as good as you are. You say, I hear all these things. Oh, when we travel abroad, we're what? Yes, I mean, in kindergarten, I was in a class of just 13 people, and I was the only black. Yeah, this is wonderful tales. But the point is, when I came back here and I was in the midst of my own people, I mean, I can assure you that in that class of 20 people in my secondary school, all the 20 of them are important people. Yes, because the people that taught us were then telling us that you are the eyes of your nation. So when you then have a situation in which someone gets to school and comes out and says, they gave me 4 grades, it's absolute nonsense. Who gave you? It's rubbish and rubbish. That's what you gave yourself. Now, of course, you know the new education system, which will take off next year. You know the new tax system that will take off from next year. You know the new code of Nigeria First that has taken off. Let us trumpet it. Let us amplify it. So that people will then learn that you don't just do anything without being intentional, without being deliberate. I have 6 different professions. It's intentional. I'm going to do another PhD next year. It's intentional. I am going to do it. It's intentional. So let us, I heard, education is fraud. I don't understand. How?
How did you get there?
Yes.
We've moved up to nanotechnology now. It's people that are thinking from E is equal to MC squared. Albert Einstein. Of course, back to the days of Aristotle, when he was talking about philosophy and science, right to nanotechnology, now to AI. It's people that are pushing it.
You're right.
Did they go to school? How is education on a fraud? But you sit at the back of your house, you don't even know how to plant cassava, and education is a fraud.
Education can never be a fraud. A very big thank you to you, Sir Chris. In fact, thank you for coming on the show.
It's a pleasure.
Sir Chris, you have to come another day because you see this wealth of knowledge.
No.
You have to pour more. I don't think our cups are filled.
No, we are not even half yet.
So we are still half empty. Thank you very much, Sir Chris, for
pleasure.
coming today. Thank you for your time. We appreciate you. And I know you will come whenever we invite you again. So today's conversation with Sir Chris Akwarando has been something really, really amazing. Amalo.
I liked today's. I loved the fact that I was part of today's Just Africa conversation. First off, we started about how to campaign against gender-based violence. Having our first guest who got us emotional, by the way, I must admit. But then again, having to give us solutions-driven journalism from her own perspective and from shared experiences, and then having to now also learn from Sir Chris, who literally gave me different perspectives to life now. I'm now feeling like I need to go read more and ask better questions, not just ask questions, ask better questions. As a journalist, I mean, today has been enriching, and I do hope that those who also watched today's episodes of the show had learned one or two things as takeaway.
It's a whole lot. So today's conversation with Sir Chris Akwarando reminds us that the leadership isn't about titles, it's about transformation. The African entertainment industry holds the keys to not just cultural pride, but public consciousness. By merging storytelling with social responsibility, creatives can champion causes that improve maternal health, youth education, and national values. So as we close, Just Africa calls for a new generation of African leaders in entertainment, storytellers who do more than entertain, but enlighten, empower, and build healthier and more resilient communities. That's the kind of leadership Africa deserves. A very big thank you to you for joining us on today's show. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQNews Television. Please like, share, subscribe, comment, and of course, we'll read your comments during the live show. My name is Omevi Idolo. Until we come your way next time, make sure you have an amazing day.
The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of large green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Hospitality is a very interesting and dynamic industry. Hospitality industry, very interesting and dynamic. And as we know, we have global best practices, that are acceptable. It's just like norms that are acceptable in the industry. So when you talk about global best practices, it encompasses a lot of things, a lot of dimension, in terms of technology, in terms of service delivery, in terms of training and retraining of staff, even the recruitment, onboarding of staff. There's so many things involved when you talk about global best practices. Well, let me just say the main challenge we have in this climb is orientation, education. In this climb, many people go into the hospitality business without much information about what they are about to go into. You see, the problem with us in this climb is education. You see, many of our hotel owners are not properly educated before going into the business. I've had series of experiences on the field where some people must have wasted fortune, and they will now realize that they need consultants. And by that time, let me say it may be late already. Before you go into any business, get to understand how it works. The hotel business is a very complex business. Like globally, the trend is making sure your guests' expectations are exceeded. And so many, the technology is employed in making sure this is possible. You won't believe that up to now, we still have some of our local brands. In fact, most of our local brands have not even adopted the PMS. PMS is property management software, where you right from the guest arrival, in fact, right from online, by the time you are checking online to know about the hotel, their products and all that, right from online to when you get to the front desk and throughout all your experiences, all these things are captured by a software, makes the experience so robust and all that. Up till now, many of our local brands still find it difficult to adopt this PMS. To them, it's expensive. To them, they don't see any reason for it. And this is what makes, it improves guest experiences. It makes you satisfy your guests. You even exceed their expectations. Makes just at the point, just on the touch of a button, things are already happening. In the Western world, they're already going into, AI, right from CRM, customer relations management, service, CRS, and all that. They're already exploring using AI and all that. Here we are still on biro and paper. How do you compare the brands? The local brands are built around the owners. The owner, tells you either he is knowledgeable or not about the business. He runs it like a one-man business. And at the demise of the owner, the business dies. Unlike the global brands. The owners of Marriott are long gone. And Marriott keeps multiplying all over the globe. Right now, they have about more than 1.5 million properties all over the world. They have acquired Sheraton here in Lagos, even 4 Point by Sheraton. You see them expanding. What is the secret? It's all about process, system. When there's no process, there's no system, then you are planning to fail. And it's a common saying that when you don't plan, you're already planning to fail. When there's no planning, many of them go into the business without proper feasibility studies. A young man came in from diaspora, was not just last year, to invest in this same hospitality business, set up a lounge on the island. You won't believe it. 6 months, 100 million was gone. And he had to pack up and return back again. So what is happening? Why is it that the global brands are thriving and our own brands are not thriving? Meanwhile, we should even have some advantages over the global brands because it is natural. We are naturally hospitable. It is our nature in Africa. Hospitality, Africa is hospitality is Africa. So all we need to do is to get the formal training and convert our virtue, hospitality virtue, into in a professional way and run the business professionally. Well, actually, it's not by the quality. We still have some boutique hotels, that are doing very well in the country. They are already trying as much as possible to, follow the global best practices. You know, it's not until your hotel is so massive and big before you can exceed your guest satisfaction, you know. No. Even if it's just 7 rooms, you can still have a brand that can be reckoned with. You know, a brand is not until it's massive before you can say you have a brand. You can have a brand even in a small hotel. You can create a brand. So it's not about of course, we have some hotels that takes care of the middle class and they are doing it perfectly well. But what I'm just saying is majority of them are not doing it well because they have refused to adopt the tech. They have refused, you know, to follow, you know, good processes. They don't care about training. As far as they are concerned, the staff are just slaves. They use them and dump them, you know. They believe that if they don't do well, fire them, hire another person. You know, your business will be going in circles. You have to create a kind of linear graph, not the one that will just go up and fall down again. You know, try, you know, to train your staff. Like I always tell people, if you don't train them, don't blame them. Because, I mean, you can't imagine spending billions of naira to erect a structure in the name of a hotel, and you cannot even onboard your staff properly. Most of them, they just employ anyhow, put their relatives, and they start running. There is no onboarding program, no vision, no mission, no core values, no SOPs, and and as far as they're concerned, they are running a business. You know, when the owner is not around, nothing can happen. And the guests are complaining. Why is it that you don't have these things in stock? You cannot tell them that our MD is not around. That's why he has not released money. That should be budget. You run such businesses on budget. If he has to release money, he releases the money, you know, as at when the budget is ready and the budget is funded. So the business runs on autopilot. It doesn't have to be there. But most of these local brands, they want to be there to see everything, and it's not possible. It's not possible. Or else, like I said, at the demise of the owner, the business dies. What is the secret behind the companies like Coca-Cola, you know, and all the Marriotts of this world, the Sheraton, etc.? What's the secret? It's because they have process and they have a system. So once there's no process, you're just wasting your time. So and like I always say, a brand is built. It does not come by accident. There has to be intention. It has to be deliberate. You have to be deliberate about building a brand. Well, the truth is, staff will always live where they are not well treated. One thing is to say you are training. Another thing is the environment conducive for them? They are not animals. If they are well treated, they will stay. They receive training. They see a future in the organization. I mean, there's nothing like staff handbook. You don't even know your rights. You don't know your privileges. You know, you don't know where the company's right stops and where yours starts. You don't know whether you are entitled to leave or not. In fact, that one is in the hotels. In our climb here, there is nothing like leave. You know, you treat them anyhow. Why will they stay? But go and check out those local brands that have adopted these global best practices. Their staff are not going because they see a future. And the issue of trust, you know, you're talking about trust. It's not peculiar with the local brands. If money can be stolen in the local brands, it can be stolen in the international brands. But the difference is the process. You see, like most of our clients, when we try to that we consult for, when we take over, I always tell them, look, let's put a system in place. Increase their salaries. Let their salaries be enough. Then those that were there with the wrong intention, by the time the systems are in place, they will leave because they know they cannot steal. Recently, in one of the hotels I consult for, somewhere in Ogun State, we recruited the maintenance officer, and they overheard him talking on phone that, it's like there are no lapses here. Barely 7 days. He was already looking for, lapses to explore, and that he has to leave. You won't believe, within a week, he has already given us a notice that he's resigning. Why? Because there's a system in place. Use this PMS we are talking about. Property management software. It has different modules. You have the front desk module. You have the restaurant and bar modules. You have the accounting module, the inventory module. Different modules, and they all work together. It's a central thing. Even the HR module, whereby you onboard your staff on the software. Right on the software, you know whether their documents are complete or not. Those that are 80% complete, what are the outstanding documents, the guarantors, and all those things. But most of these people, when you tell them, it's alien to them. They don't believe it's workable here. All there is, and another thing, another dimension, another thing I noticed about our local owners is, how much was your sales yesterday? The next thing is he has taken everything. He's going to party. No future. The business has no future. And when the employees see you spend like that, see you behave like that, you are also tempting them to start behaving like that, to go into the money if they have the opportunity to, because they don't have a future in that business. They know their future is not guaranteed. Tomorrow the business might fold up because of the recklessness of the owner. You are building a business. Allow it to grow. Nurture it. Let it grow. Let it grow. Let me break it down. Like when I say the front desk module, the module has a lot of features whereby when your guest walks in, or either online, you can book online, and it will reflect right there. You can book right from London. You go to the website, the hotel's website, and right from the comfort of your bedroom, you are seeing the different categories of rooms, just as if you are already in the hotel. And you are seeing the attached rack rates. And you make a pick. And as you pick, you have the option of payment. And as you make the payment, you reserve the date and a future date, and you make the payment. As soon as you make the payment, it reflects right in the hotel on the front desk. For example, you picked room 107, and somebody else walks into the front desk and says, I want room 107. Sorry, it will show that it's no more available, even though you didn't see the guests, but it's been paid for online. Can't you see it makes life easy? It increases, improves the guest experiences. It makes your potential guests or your guests happy, makes things easy for them. So you can achieve that online. You can also achieve it by walking into the front desk, and you can make a reservation. All you need to do is check the rooms. You don't even need to go around and looking at the rooms. It's displayed for you at the front desk. You have it on the screen. You see the different categories of room. You make a pick and you make payment. Now, when you make payment, a receipt is generated immediately. Another thing is, that's what you call door integration. When you're talking about fraud, you integrate your door. That's the card system, not the iron key, the card system. You integrate it with your software in such a way that once a card is activated, because once payment is made, the card is activated automatically. The owner already gets an alert. In some software, it's called MRS, Management Report System, that a room has been sold. Either you are there or not. It's as clear, as simple as that. You don't need to come, and some owners will come and sit down at the reception to see what is happening. No, you don't even need a camera. Everything is automated. No room can be opened. You can't access any room without the card being activated. And the card cannot be activated except payment is made. It's only the payment that activates the card. Can you see that control? So now another question comes. What about when you want to clean the room? How do you get the card? That's what you call, MasterCard. Or floor card and all that, depending. Now, personally, I advise my clients, you don't activate a MasterCard to work indefinitely, to work anytime, anyhow. We have hours of cleaning. So your MasterCard is activated to work. For example, the checkout time is 12 o'clock. So you activate it in such a way that it's only active between 12 and certain maybe 3 o'clock or so. Every daily. Once it is 3, you cannot access the room with the MasterCard again. You can see the tech we are talking about. So you can't access any room again. And again, we have energy saving lights, whereby it's only that same card that can power the lights and the TV and the AC in the room. No guest wants to check into a room without the AC working, without the TV working. So it's only that same card that can power the systems. So you won't check me in by 1 o'clock because you have access to MasterCard. And by 3 or 4, once your card is no more active, I'm in darkness. And again, you can always generate a report from the front desk that will tell you how many times, the kind of permit, the entrance, whether the room was opened with the MasterCard or it was opened with a guest card. Right from the report, you see. And when you go to the report and you see that MasterCard open at this time, you say, what happened? Why? Who was the person that accessed the room? So you don't need to be there. A particular client of mine was trying to lease out his hotel, which I always strongly advise against, on the island because he was relocating to Dubai, United Arab Emirates, So I advised him against it. Why do you want to? I've told you to install a PMS since. This will give you some level of comfort because his main reason is that I'm here, right under my nose. They are still stealing. When I leave, what will happen? You don't need to. And thank God he was able to take the advice. We installed the PMS and he saw the difference. Don't underestimate your guests. Even forget the color. They may be black, but they are well traveled. They've been to America, they've been to Europe, they've been to, Dubai. They've lodged in the best hotels in the world, and they know what good service is. So don't think you can just give them any kind of service anyhow. They have an expectation. For every, rack rate, for every money paid, there is a value, an expected value attached to it. Why is it that you see some guests, they'll lodge in 5-star hotels, they pay as much as 1 million naira, 700,000, 500,000 a night, and when they wake up in the morning, because of the kind of treatment, when they are checking out, you still see them giving out tips. They are happy. Meanwhile, this same set will go to some local brands, maybe as a result of lack of availability of such class of hotel in their village or in some, they have a function somewhere, and they pay just 30,000 naira, and you see them complaining and quarreling and getting angry, agitated, Why? Because of the service. 30,000 has a value, an expected value. Same thing with 500,000 naira. If he had paid 500,000 naira in a 5-star hotel and he didn't get the attached value, he will complain. But he paid 30,000 and he could not even sleep at night, mosquito, all through the night. The AC is not working. Why? Because there is no process, no system. All these ACs and all these things, they all have, you have a kind of maintenance worksheet, maintenance plan. It does not have to break down before you start repairing it. You maintain them. When the generator has worked for so number of hours, it must be serviced. How often do we check all these things in our local brands? Because there is even no system, no SOP, nothing in place. You just open and start running. It's not done anywhere. I gave an example of someone who brought in 100 million naira and the whole thing disappeared. Let me say, what we should know is that money is inflammable. The whole thing went in flames. That's how I will put it, within 6 months. Why? Because there was no due process. There was no planning. He didn't understand what he was coming to do. He just dabbled into it. In my book, which I'll be launching soon in